of the Concord characters and go, oh fuck yeah, I'm gonna go play that badass, bro. No,
I heard you talking about that, and we are live. But I heard you talking about that. Yeah.
Okay.
I heard you talking about Concord the other. I think it was the other weekend, saying that you didn't feel like any of the characters were necessarily iconic. Well, at least in the way that they presented themselves, and that was kind of what pulled you. We were like,
they're like misfits,
I
bro.
see, but
they're like misfits.
Not even like the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, no. But like the Suicide Squad has like again, like they look like they could be like, even though they're not like, you know, like Batman or Wonder Woman, like they still look like they could be some trouble, right?
Yeah.
None of the Concord characters look like they could be fucking trouble, bro.
No way.
They just don't. They look like a bunch of misfits that got thrown into some fucking suits. It's just weird like that. Again, I there is something to be said for character design and what it does in drawing people in. Not that everyone has to be sexy with the cheeks out like First Descendant or Eve or any of the Stellar Blade or any of those games. It doesn't have to always be like that, but they have to look like shit. Yeah, I want to play this character in this universe. Right. And then a lot of it does happen to do with handsomeness or beauty or whatever. In a lot of ways, it does. But again, you don't have to be.
I think it's
over the top sexy.
I think the key word is just iconic.
Iconic.
It has to be a look. It has to be unique, right? And for those of y'all who are getting the conversation as we were kind of rolling in, because I actually thought we were kind of at a little bit of a pausing point, but we've just been kind of rolling since we got into the background. We were talking about iconic characters, or iconic looking characters, or unique looking characters, and what kind of drew us in before with games in the past, right? You see that box art. I was using the example out because I was thinking about it in the shower and was like, hey man, like I really remember when you picked up a game, you were looking at the front cover to see whether it interested you or not. You read the back, you get some additional details, but even the back had some additional pictures that you could see. You'd be like, oh man, I guess I can kind of see what they're kind of going for here. I think I'll try this one, or I think I'll buy this one, right?
And a lot of times it was bullshit. Like I was telling
for sure,
background.
for sure.
The artwork was amazing, and you bring the game home, and it was shit.
Exactly. Like I was using Aloy as an example from Horizon, Forbidden West, or her previous game, Horizon Zero Dawn. No, and Aloy, like as much as I think that she is a interesting character, she's missing something that doesn't make her unique or iconic enough, right? Especially with everything that's going on in her game. Mecha dinosaurs, the fantasy of it, everything, it being super futuristic, but also having other levels to it as well. Spoiler alert, I believe there's some cloning kind of things happening as well in that game, supposedly. So it's like with all the different things that they were playing with, and I get the look that they were going for, and maybe it is the way they ended up making Aloy look character-wise, but I was also drawing comparison to like Tomb Raider back in the day. I don't think Lara Croft is the baddest chick in the world, especially when she had the triangle boobies in the beginning. You know what I'm saying?
But that was for back then, Stu.
I mean, for sure, for back then. But even now, like Lara Croft, like even in the newer games, like she's not the most appealing character ever in the world. But she's not bad, but she still has the Lara Croft look. She still is, she still pulls that off. Yeah, they changed some things, but once you start playing a Tomb Raider game, especially with the modern Lara Croft, you kind of like at first, when you first introduced her, and I believe in the first game that they released, I believe when it was like in this plane section or whatever, they were kind of like showing you her, you were like, man, I don't know about this girl. And then that first instance, she goes like through the most. You're like, all right, this might be Lara Croft, man. Like they did her thing, they did their thing with this, right? No, not triangle booty, triangle boobies, man. That's what Lara Croft had back in the day. She had the dual guns and the triangles. You know what I'm saying?
And it depends on the game too, still.
It does.
I think it's important because, again, Joel and Ellie, I wouldn't call them iconic character designs, right? But they look like normal people, and they did a great job with them.
And their relationship's
unique. Right, but the game itself
It's not
dictated
about that.
they would be normal fucking people, right? And they were written well, and at least in the first one, and the situations that they were put in were believable.
The whole dynamic was
game.
unique,
It was. That's the type of game it was. But games like Tomb Raider, Horizon, go down the list. Those are power fantasy. Those are doing stuff that the average person isn't going to go do. Not that say that killing, clickers is a normal thing. Yeah. But I'm just saying. But it's based off if something like that happened in real life, right? What would the world be like? So it's a different type of atmosphere. So the characters don't necessarily need to be, in that mold per se to pull it off, because it doesn't fit the narrative that they were average people. But in these other power fantasy games, I mean, again, even in Aloy's world, it's not like you're playing an average Joe character. You're playing somebody who's taking down mecha dinosaurs, right?
Yeah.
In this world, you're playing somebody that is in a fantasy type setting, and I think that does make a difference to how the character should look.
And 100%, Harry, Tomb Raider is still more realistic than Final Fantasy. 100%.
Oh yeah.
It's just, my main thing is just the uniqueness or iconic nature of characters that used to pull us in back in the day. Like, there's a reason why I think Dante's the dopest dude ever. You know what I'm saying? For like in any like point blank, even today, like the way his attitude, and it's only got better over time. His attitude, the character design itself, the fact that he can now he's able to tap into his devil trigger, which is like a whole nother thing for me, especially as a kid who grew up on Power Rangers and saw these guys transform into these other people, or Guyver and or Gundam, where it's like, again, people in suits. That's kind of like the point that I was just kind of thinking about, man, because there was some interesting conversations that were being had earlier in the week when people were talking about different games and whatnot. And so I kind of wanted to bring it here as well, like chat as an intro kind of question to you guys, and as everybody's filing in, like, what pulls you into a game? Is it the character first, or is it the world? What is it? Because most of the time I do think that first character that you see, or the main character, unless you're doing a customized kind of character kind of game, like that's what makes Mass Effect really unique, because you have regular Shepard and Fem Shepard, which are both pretty iconic in themselves, right? I would say. But you also had your custom Shepard that you could create, which created its own thing. So I don't have that relationship with male Shepard or Fem Shepard like most people do, right? Because I didn't play them in their normal form. I kind of framed them after me. But do you guys think that it's the character that brings you in more so? Those first looks that you see, is it more so the gameplay? Is it a mix of different things that you kind of look for? Like I kind of do when I look at all my games, because again, like I say all the time, we've been playing games for quite long enough to at least have a basis of what you're into. It's like you looking at cars, you don't know what cars you like. Like at this point, like what are we talking about? And if you don't, maybe you do a little bit of research. I'm pretty sure there are things that you've seen in the past that you're kind of like, oh man, unless you're maybe not a car guy, right? But there's so many other things that you can pull that into, whether it's clothes, whether it's so many different categories of things that you can kind of run down to see where your interests kind of pull from. And does your interest in those things carry over into gaming as well? I think that's really interesting question to kind of see, because I feel like I'm kind of consistent. Like the things that I like in games, the things that I like in other things as well. Not like things don't have to be overly perfect, and I do have my special interest and whatnot. But I don't know, man.
Yeah,
I just thought that was interesting.
I mean, everybody out right away, of course, one factor gameplay. Again, those are vital. Those are vital, right? Because again, when it comes down to it, obviously you can have the best looking character, the most iconic character, but if the gameplay sucks, you're not going to remember it.
Well, then the character doesn't become iconic, though. I think that's what's part of it. That's true. But there's been some really badass characters in bad games, right? Right? Well, just like there's been really good actors, and I think that's a difference. And I think that's there's a difference. So I guess I kind of want to clarify that a bit, because just because you're a cool character or a badass character doesn't mean you're going to have a good game, right? I just mean like when I say iconic or
Yeah.
remembered or just a character that sticks out to you, it's more so about the reason they stick out to you. Like you use the example of Last of Us.
Yeah.
The reason those characters stick out is because the journey you went through in that, the gameplay segments that you went in that, the heartfelt moments in those cutscenes, the story. Again, it goes in back, it folds back into that. But for me, it's like an iconic character is all of that. I think that's what, again, to the Horizon point, that's what I think Aloy was missing in that, is that there's a piece missing there. Like, I feel like the gameplay may be there and the overall story may be there, but there's something with the character that doesn't, like, other than her being bland, because that would be my number one thing from the first game. But
see, I like Horizon, but yes.
Well, it just mean, but she does come off very bland as a character, though. That's what I mean, more so than anything.
I absolutely.
Oh no, OCD. I did not like Witcher 3. Cannot stand Witcher 3. I would definitely rather play Horizon than Witcher 3. 1,000%. 1,000,000%.
Still did try.
I did try. I've tried I think I said 4 different times now. And the last time that I did was the most that I've put into. And the last time it was another 10 hours of, like, I like playing Gwent. I mean, that was fun. Sitting down, I get caught up playing that. That's always a good time. But like the game, that's just boring as fuck. I cannot stand the combat. I don't like the way it feels. I don't like the adventuring of it. Like the story is interesting, but I'd rather just like watch it. I'd watch the show.
Witcher 3 is the oddest game for me too. Like
I don't know. Like there's so many things about it. I'd be like, oh yeah, you should like it. And what's crazy, Paul? For me, it just falls off a steep hill. It's like the first 2 hours, I'm like, oh man, I might get into it this time. And then as I progress, and it's not like, again, it's not far, but I know the game's not short either. So it's like, as I progress further, it's like something is off about it. Like the first 2 hours, I'm like, oh man, this is dope. The story's fire. I like what they're doing. And then Witcher 2 was the same way with me, although Witcher 2 had its own problems from what I heard. Because that was my that was my introduction to The Witcher, was Witcher 2. And that's why I waited forever to play Witcher 3. But Witcher 3 definitely is night and day difference between 2 and 3. I'll tell you that for sure. But man, there's just something like,
but talk about iconic character.
But that's an iconic character. Like I would give that to Geralt. Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? To Geralt or whatever, how you ever say his name. I mean, but so obviously just because it wasn't for me, I think that's like one of the prime examples of a game that's not for me, but I could show love and respect to because of how many other people have loved it and the work that CD Projekt Red has done to make those games kind of more recognizable, right?
And I mean, again, it wasn't even just Geralt. It was, Ciri and
it was the whole cast. Yeah.
Jesus, Yennefer is fucking loved because she's fucking gorgeous and sexy. But anyways, she was crazy. They had a full squad of iconic characters in that game, right? And obviously, again, we're the outliers still, when it comes to Witcher 3. The vast majority of people who, play RPGs think The Witcher 3 is one of the greatest RPGs of all time. I understand. Again, the game should be everything that I love. For some reason, it never clicks with me. But to your point, that's what you get out of those characters, right? That you got not only a great game, again, when we're talking about how other people feel about The Witcher 3, a fantastic game that is considered one of the greatest of all time, but then the characters themselves, because of their style, because of, everything that goes into character design, are iconic to people. Again, some of the most cosplayed characters out there come from The Witcher 3.
Oh yeah.
It's just so yeah, I mean, I think there is something about that, but I do think it kind of goes hand in hand. The game's got to be, like you said, you're not going to be an iconic character even if you look like a badass and you are remembered in a terrible game. Like that's not usually, I'm sure there's examples where people could point out, well, this game was terrible, but the character stuck around. Probably, but overall, you got to have the full package for it to happen. But you can have a great game with a non-iconic character, which is, I think, your point for a lot of people with like Aloy. Like they remember Aloy for all the wrong reasons instead of the right reasons, right? That you would.
And that's the thing. Like, there's too many negatives that come out versus the positive, and that's why that's why that can't be your main character. Like how I feel Crash should be for Sony, right? That's what like when I think about Crash, I automatically think about PlayStation 1. Like that's the first thing that I think about, right? And so on and so forth. So for him not to be there anymore, it's like, wow, well, you lost one of your main characters, right? And then for like the characters that you have coming up, Kratos, you throw him in the back, that's an iconic, for sure, character. But now you're like, is he still your main guy, or like who else is in that fold now, right? That you can continue to be or help kind of pry up that or lean up on that iconic character kind of thing. And I think that's on both sides.
You really don't need them, right? You don't need a mascot. Like you could have a group together that works.
Let second and third party do it.
Yeah, but or just a group of characters that none of them are like. I think Astrobot is becoming there more so now. Like,
dude, wouldn't that be making more like Kitty though, with Astrobot being there?
It would, but it's not kids that are playing that game, right? It's
true.
It's a lot of adults that are playing that game, but they love him. He again, when we talk about iconic, it's not always about like
that is true.
Handsome or beautiful. Yeah. It's about
using the features of the box and
correct. But yeah, I mean, they've got a lot. They've got a lot of memorable characters in their IPs. IPs that have been dead for a long time are still very memorable to people with some of the characters. But I just think it was a group effort with Sony. It's always been a group effort with Sony. Like Sega had Sonic, Nintendo's got Mario, right? Well, Mario / Zelda at this point, Link. But overall, like Sony just had a group that always, when they represented what they were as a gaming company. So, but like you said, Crash was definitely at one point high up on that list when it came to PlayStation because of the commercials, because of the advertising.
Oh, it's commercial. I mean, that's where it was at, right?
Those are iconic commercials, right?
Yeah, they're not 100%.
We've used iconic more times now in the first 30 minutes than
we have. Maybe we're gonna turn that into the new drinking game when we were using freaking what was the other phrase we used to say all the time? Just because, or organic. Still trying to bring that back. Yeah. Harry says Crash Trilogy on Game Pass soon. I haven't played Crash since the 90s. Yeah, man, I kind of want to play the 4 and I think has there been 2 that came out since? I don't remember. But I definitely want to try a couple of those out. I pulled away from it for sure over the years, but nonetheless. Well,
and that's what Nixie bring up too. Like, why is nobody talking about the Xbox consoles? We'll probably bring up the consoles.
Yeah, we can talk about it. We can talk about it first thing if you want.
I just don't think there's a big conversation to be had, Nixie, anymore, because
I agree with you.
It doesn't fucking matter. Xbox has made it clear it doesn't fucking matter. Now we can sit here and talk about like how we feel that it should be different, because we've talked about that in the past. Like, I don't like this concept that they're doing, but we got to be real. Xbox has made it quite clear you don't need a console to play Xbox games anymore. So I think that's why nobody's talking about it, Nixie, because it just doesn't matter to Xbox. So why should it matter to all of us? We used to talk about when we used to talk about it all the damn time. You know that, Nixie. You've been here. When we thought they were still competing 1-for-1 with Sony, right? When it was, we were talking about market share. We were talking about whether or not Xbox could grab market share back from Sony in the console space and all that kind of stuff at the beginning of the generation. Like when we thought that, this was it, they were making their moves and they were going to go toe to toe. Well, that's not their goal anymore. Like, it's not. They got 500 million active monthly users now with the Activision Blizzard King deal. So they're headed towards that billion mark, right? That everybody laughed about, getting into the billions of people in their ecosystem every single month. They're headed there, hell or high water, but the consoles just aren't. It's just one gateway, and they've got all these other ones that they're focused on. So I think that's why nobody's talking about it, because it really just doesn't matter to Xbox anymore. So why should it matter out here? I don't know. Console war's gone.
I've heard other people talk about it. So,
have you?
Nick says, loosely. Nick C, but I am going to introduce the show, but real quick, just to continue the conversation. Pong, they confirmed it? It doesn't matter. Have they confirmed it doesn't matter? I know Jez says that, but you should know companies don't think that way. Satya just said hardware is a core business still.
Well, course, but Satya also said that their cell phone business at one point was a core part of their company too. And we know what happened with that, right? With Windows phones. So you also know, Nixie, that people at the top of corporations don't always say exactly what they mean, right? So I get what you're saying, but yes, they're telling us this. They had this massive marketing announcement for the Amazon Fire Stick. All their commercials talk about you don't need an Xbox. You need a controller and a Fire Stick, right? So this is what they've been promoting for a long ass time. Again, I still think they're going to do hardware, right? I'm not. Mm-hmm. That they've quadrupled down. I think they're going to change the narrative again on hardware because I think they're going to do this hybrid system, and I do believe that they're potentially going to give us a system that allows us to play in other people's ecosystems as well, which is going to change their narrative again, right? Mm-hmm. As far as what it means to have a home console, I think they're going to change the narrative like that way. They're going to talk that they're going to change the ideas around what a home console means nowadays to the vast majority of people, or try to change it. I'm not saying it's going to be successful, but I'm just saying I think that's what they're doing. But I think overall, in terms of strategy, I think it's fairly clear. I don't think you have to be a genius or have to dissect anything that they've said to understand that they have not had the focus mainly on the consoles for quite a long time. And after the Activision Blizzard King deal, that accelerated even further, that they're moving forward.
It's gone.
With cloud, with all that kind of shit. It's just not a focus anymore. Not to say that it's like totally meaningless, right? But for us to talk about it, like, what do you want me to say? If Xbox isn't going to push hardware, and they haven't been pushing the Series X or Series S for quite some time now, well, I think it's pretty obvious to all of us, then that means your sales are probably going to start dropping when you tell people you don't need a Series X or S. Again, to me, that's just goes hand in hand. But whatever, we could talk about it too. We should probably get
we'll definitely talk about it.
Or the show on side conversations. Let's go.
I mean, that's how I like it. That's how we like to get ramped up. And I mean, again, we're not going to really have an upcoming game segment this week, ladies and gentlemen. RIP to Game Informer, which we'll also get into. Well, we might get into that first before the Xbox topic, just a little bit, because I don't have a lot to say about Game Informer outside of their most recognized gaming brand, form of journalism or just gaming news that I know of, right? Even when I think back to my younger years, I thought that Game Informer was the top of the top. They're the upper echelon. There is nobody better than Game Informer for gaming news, and this is where you go to get all your gaming topics and stuff from, right? I mean, again, we were using them for upcoming games just because I respect the Game Informer for what they have done for us in the gaming space, right? Especially on the journalism front. I mean, again, they've had their ups and downs as well, but again, consistency being there, and Game Informer not being there anymore, being there anymore is definitely a miss, man. It definitely tells me that GameStop is probably on a further decline than we even think. I know they tried to stop things before, but I guess we'll end up seeing. But we definitely got to introduce the show, and we'll get into these beautiful things here, especially with Game Informer and whatnot. But ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for being here, and welcome to Living Split Screen. This is episode 159, and this is the home of that live, raw, and uncut energy. If you don't know what that is, it's the only organic place to be on a Saturday morning, man. Where else can you be? Now, there's plenty of beautiful places that you could be. And for everybody that is here, I greatly appreciate you rocking with us, catching this later, or whenever you end up catching this. This is the home of that RTS view. That's that real-time strategy where you pull yourself out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation, but also the foundation for the potential 3 billion gamers that are out there. And we are also the home of the ECP. That's that educated consumer perspective, because me and Noah Pong work in the gaming industry. We are two dudes that have plenty of professional history and experience behind us over the years, who wanted to bring our passion to the fold and bring it to all the beautiful people that come to us here on on a Saturday morning, man. Have an engaging conversation. That's why I consider us a gaming conversationalist podcast. It's not just about the news. It's not just about a particular game. We're talking about a lot of different things from many different angles. And again, the main focus is always pulling ourselves out of that world like you do in an RTS. I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's I, Steel Rain, I. That's C is a 7 everywhere. Google's probably the easiest place to type that information in. But I got to introduce you to the uncanny gentleman himself. The brother from another who I here recently only get to top up with on a Saturday morning. But we get our moments. But nonetheless, he's the one and only, my guy, Pone. So what's going on, brother man?
Nothing much, Brody. Glad to be back on another Saturday for another amazing episode of Living Split Screen. You know how we do around here, starting it out just with conversation right out the bat. Love it. Man, it's good to hear your voice, sir. Again, we have not gotten together to play some gaming for a couple weeks here now again. Awesome to be here. We actually got news this week, which is nice. Not that it ever matters to you and I, because we just bullshit anyways for 4 hours. But we've actually got some interesting topics to talk about this week, so which is always fun. So we're gonna get into those. Obviously, where I kind of started, but gaming wise, it's been a two game rotation here for the most part. Smattering of other stuff too as well, but I locked back into First Descendant. Coming back up on the patch again. I was grinding for Ultimate Viessa. Excuse me, for anybody who doesn't play First Descendant, she's the ice girl, ice lady. So I was grinding for her, coming up on the patch. Oh God, hold on for a second. Ooh.
You're good. You are good.
Ooh, hit the wrong part of the throat there. Jeez.
Whoa.
Pause.
Yeah.
Pause. Anyways, so I was grinding for her, coming up on the patch, and they obviously dropped the patch, and now they got a new character, Luna. But they also introduced beachwear for a couple characters, Steel. Not all the characters, but a few characters.
Seen that.
Oh, the dev team is doing their thing, Steel. The dev team, and it's funny, and it's kind of hypocritical of me because I came on here when First Descendant first dropped, and I said it. Yeah, I was checking out those maid outfits, but I'm like, God, just running around in a maid outfit just doesn't feel right in this world.
Yeah,
it's got to feel, it just. I like the sexy outfits, but man, it just doesn't feel right.
Joe,
the minute I saw VS's swimsuit with the cheeks out, Steel, it was over with, man. It was done. It is done, bro. I'm running around the sci-fi world in heels and a thong one-piece swimsuit with Viessa now. Totally doesn't make any sense. This is the classic meme about video games that the less armor a female character wears, the more powerful it is. She's wearing like some of the heaviest armor ever, if that's the case right now for me, because there ain't much left to the imagination at all, at freaking all. But you guys know, I freely admit, man, I don't care. I think characters in video games can be sexy. I think characters in anime can be sexy, like cartoon character or real. Sexy to me, and by God. So yeah, I spent some points, got Viessa her bathing suit, so I'm running around like it's summertime in the First Descendant, even in the snow levels, and having a great time. And I'm grinding right now for Luna. So I'm not going to buy Luna outright. I already got her first piece of 3. You wind up having to get 3 pieces all together to get the character. Got her first piece done. And so now I'm just grinding for the blueprints on the other 2 pieces. Shout out to the First Descendant team. They put out another patch yesterday, Steel. After a huge expansion patch.
Heard about it.
Or not, I shouldn't say expansion patch, but I should say it was a massive patch.
There were some issues that they ended up running into when they released the big patch or the update. And then they needed to push out a patch to fix some things, and also they dropped some other things in there too.
Yeah, but they did a fantastic job. This team gets it. So far,
yeah.
they get it. So far, they are doing everything right. The community, the First Descendant community is actually happy, Steel. If you go on Reddit, if you look around for First Descendant stuff, everybody is happy for the most part. Like,
Yeah,
again,
for the
you're
most
always
part,
going to have
yeah.
people who are always pissed off, but everybody, like how they are doing the system, the grinding system, the farming system now, people are extremely excited for it because you can actually, if you get into a rotation of farming, you can actually farm for other stuff while you're farming for that one thing.
Yep.
So it's not always just, oh, I only can go do this for hours trying to get this one piece. You're actually earning stuff towards other things as well within the game, right? They've done a fantastic job with that. They actually came out too, Still, I don't know if you saw when they were releasing the first, the big patch, that they talked about that they are looking into eventually instituting a system where you are guaranteed a drop after you spend so much time or you play through so many minutes. They're thinking about instituting a guaranteed drop.
They want people to feel like it was worth their time.
Right, which is huge because that's been one of the massive complaints for people who have been hating on Nexon and hating on this game is that Nexon's, drop rates are terrible. Like they are absolutely horrible and they do it on purpose and you got to spend hours and hours and hours. Listen, you and I, you and I disagree in that it's a part of the game and decide if you want to grind or not or farm if you want to farm. Wow. But if they're looking at that, Steel, they understand what they've got here. They understand
separate
that they got
yourself out. Separate.
Yeah,
this is how you separate.
Yep, you separate and you bring more people in because they've got such a good base here of this type of game that they got something that can be very successful. Right. And this could be a long running title for them. And I believe that. Again, it's just I don't get tired. And if I get tired of doing something, I just go do something else or I switch over and start something new. That's how good this game is. And again, it's so flawless when you're in the game and you're jumping into missions and you're jumping in with randos. Bro, I was farming and I saw this bunny running around and he was a lower level bunny, but he was doing some of the upper level missions around the area, whatever else. And I saw him kept going down, and he was fine. I mean, he was still completing the missions because you got so many tries in a mission. Mm-hmm. He kept going down. I was like, he's right over here. Let me go help this dude out. So I wound up running him through everything. Like we just ran through everything and got done with it. And I was still earning stuff that was useful to me. So it was just like, okay, cool. So loving the First Descendant. I can't say enough about that game. Again, not everybody's going to be about it because it's free to play, but I'm all about free to play games. And I've decided to put my money into it. They'll be getting another round of funding for me. I had some points left over from my initial 70 drop for the Viessa swimsuit. But they'll be getting another funding from me because I'm going to continue to play this game. This game is just fantastic. I'm loving it. Next up is Dungeons of Hinterberg. Now, just a couple weeks ago, I was all over Kinisugami Path of the Goddess, and I thought that was going to be
I thought you were going to keep playing.
That was my lock-in. That was going to be my lock-in next to First Descendant and whatever else I was playing that, I was going to totally locked in. Haven't fallen off from it. Dungeons of Hinterberg just kind of pushed it to the side for me because again, I came on here and I talked about it. I hate the story. Don't like the characters. The writing sucks, right? It's not meant for me. Right. Older dude. This is not meant. I just, not to say that none of the younger written games can be for me because there's plenty of that I enjoy. Just this one doesn't hit. Okay. But the gameplay loop in this Steel, chef's kiss, man. And it's so easy, especially with my schedule during the week when I go to bed early, that I make my rounds in First Ascendant, and then I just pop on Dungeons of Hinterberg, and it's such an easy jump in, jump out game. It is just perfect for that. Don't even have to run a dungeon. I still think I'm at like 10 or 11 dungeons. Don't even have to run a dungeon because when you go to an area and you explore, they got rest places that you can find, or meditation. I should call them meditation places you can find. And because again, you play through a day cycle, right? And the day cycle is, right, you wake up in the morning, you talk to a character, you decide where you're going to go that day for what area you're going to go into. You choose that area, you travel to that area, it turns to afternoon. Your afternoon is whatever you do in that area is your afternoon, right? And if you go into a dungeon and complete a dungeon, that ends your day, and you go to evening, you go back to town automatically. If you explore the area, you can explore the areas as much as you want to. You can, do as much as you want to, but then you find these little meditation places. That meditation place basically ends your day as well, but the meditation places increase your health bar. So if you find a meditation place, you're increasing your health bar. Again, it all just makes sense, and it feels like you're still accomplishing something. So I don't even have to run a dungeon at night. Like, I can go find a meditation place. I can go kill some enemies in the open world, like, or the little open area that you're in, and the area that you're in. You can run around, collect things, kill monsters, do all that kind of stuff. Go to meditation area, meditate. My day's done. Go back to town. Decide what I'm gonna do at night, because there's things that can actually up some of your stats at night as well, depending on what you decide to how to spend your evening. And then you go to bed, and that's the end of the day, next day, and you can save at any point. So it's just a great game for this, man.
That's
and
fine.
I'm just having a blast. The enemies in each level are all different. They all have different move sets. You got to learn them. Obviously there's repeats with some of the enemy types themselves, but there's always new enemies to discover. I just finally got to the snow area. I walked into the snow area, Steel.
Mhm.
Each area comes with its own set of 2 magic spells that you get. And those magic spells are dependent upon that area that you're in. And they're all really unique when it comes to it. And in the snow area, you get a fucking hoverboard that acts like a snowboard. So I'm cruising around the mountains on a hoverboard. And the hoverboard, you can actually run over the enemies with. It's actually a weapon as well while you're using it. So I'm doing jumps off of freaking rocks and shit and collecting stuff. I'm finding all these new areas. I'm running over enemies, but I'm just snowboarding around the mountain area. And it's fun to control. It's easy to control. It's a blast to play. You use the snowboard inside dungeons as well. Like, it's just dope, man. So hats off to this husband and wife team again that created Dungeons of Hinterberg.
That's pretty cool.
It really is a awesome indie game, and just such a great addition to Game Pass. And I didn't think that was going to be the one that, pulled me away from Kinutsugami, but it did. I'm planning on go back to Kinutsugami because I'm watching your gameplay and I love that game to death. And I think it's just absolutely gorgeous, but Dungeons of Hinterberg just slots in nicely to my schedule right now, Steel. So those are the 2 main games I've been playing. Hell, I popped in Kane and Lynch 2. You want to talk about nostalgia?
That's a throwback. Yeah.
Bro, you wanted to, I
never played them.
Oh. Kane and Lynch 1, I think most people will probably say is the better overall game. But Kane and Lynch 2, man, I popped that. I don't know why I even downloaded. I was going through I was bored one night and I was just going through my list and I was like, oh, let's download Kane and Lynch 2. Man, you pop in these old 360 games, bro, and there is just something, again, probably because that's, for a lot of people, that is the golden age, and all of us have so many fond memories. But you pop in a game like that, and it's like, man, this is how games used to be made. And that game is brutal because it's shot, Steel. Kane and Lynch 2 is shot as if you were being recorded on a home camera. Okay. So it is brutal. Like it's funny because nowadays they would have left the headshots in this game, because it's so realistic, and back then people were still touchy about stuff. A lot of games made the choice to, edit themselves in some ways, especially when it was realistic like this, right? More realistic, I should say. So when you headshot somebody, it goes to the pixelated blur out when you headshot them. But it actually adds to it because you're on. It looks like somebody's videotaping you, right? So it's like they're doing like a live TV edit, and they're blurring out the massacre, the blood, the gore, but it just works because it is brutal, because it is up close and personal, and it is hectic as hell. I'm playing on normal, and you remember, Steel, back in the day, like your Call of Duties, your Gears of War, like how when you increase the level, like, again, you couldn't pop your head out for more than 2 seconds.
Yeah, it was stupid.
You dead. Okay, you dead. Even on normal in this one, with how many enemies they throw at you in these levels as you're running through, and where they're coming from, and how they just warp in out of nowhere off to your side, you are in the shit, because, like, at all times in this game, and there is bullets coming at you from every direction. Yeah, it's just a good old dark throwback game. Just kill a bunch of people and have a good time. Like it's funny. It's good stuff. But yeah, that was my little nostalgia trip too. I took for a day. Was Kane and Lynch 2. So
That's fire.
anyways, yeah. Still, you've been playing some Kanutugami. What else you been got?
Yeah, I've definitely been playing. I played some Kanutugami Path of the Goddess. That's on the gameplay for you guys in the background. Played, I want to say, a few hours of it. Ooh, excuse me. I haven't really jumped back in just because I've been kind of out of it here recently. As far as just like jumping into whatever game, I haven't played really anything all week. But I did the time that I have spent with Kanutugami. I am really liking the game. And everything that it has. But before I jump into Kanutugami, because it's a little bit more fresher on my mind, because I did end up beating Flintlock on the possessed difficulty.
Mm-hmm.
And I still feel, because the entire time, you know, from the first episode that I did, and that is on Living Split Screen for everybody that's interested, I was sitting at somewhere in between a 6 and 7, right? Just because of some of the inconsistencies that I was having with the dodge and some of the magnetism. And again, that's the two of the main things that really was kind of off to me about the game. I will say, as you progress through it, it does become, I'm not necessarily going to say trivial, because it's not trivial, but it does become easier to understand. And as you get more abilities, I mainly went up the middle tree. So I leveled up Enki mostly, outside of everything else. So it's more magic kind of thing. I was relying on him to help me do a majority or to get those big hits off and stuff like that. So in leaning into that mechanic, I felt really good about it. I definitely think that, because I know some people were making the comparison again to Atlas Fallen, because Atlas Fallen is about to have a DLC that's also dropping here soon. It's a free update, if I'm not mistaken, as well, which is super dope. But Atlas Fallen is the sand game action game that came out from Focus some time ago, Paul, if you remember.
Which one? Oh, Atlas Fallen. Yeah,
Atlas Fallen.
Yeah, the one we were going to get into, and then I decided I could do it, and we were going to co-op. Yeah.
So I mean,
not coming to Game Pass, which would be dopest.
No, if it comes to Game Pass along with the content that they're dropping, that's going to be really good for that game. I think that game would be a lot of fun for you in co-op for sure. Because then they do the thing in co-op as well, whereas like we can adjust our own difficulty, so you can play on whatever difficulty that you want, and I can play on whatever difficulty I want, and it represents. And they handle it pretty well, actually, where I can still feel the challenge or whatever, and you can still feel like they're easy to beat up or whatever the case. You know what I'm saying? Or you're just having a good time. So that's one thing. But anyway, I do want to say in comparison, Atlas Fallen is a completely different game, plays completely differently anyway. I'm only using it as a reference point because it is still under Focus. And not only that, it was something that people were comparing to and saying it's just as average as that game. I'm not going to say, I wouldn't say that. It is, both games were about 7s to me. Atlas Fallen more so because of how they ended the game. Because I was at a high 8 on Atlas Fallen, almost 9 in some areas. Sure, the story isn't as strong as I would like, but there's an ending to it that just is like, this is the most anticlimactic ending that I've ever experienced in any form of media, and it just made me feel weird about it. Flintlock doesn't necessarily have that. It does make you it did kind of make me feel like that was the end. Thought there was something else going to happen there. And then they do the classic thing of where you got to fight the last boss a couple times. Right? You're fighting them the first time, they give you a cutscene that makes it feel like everything is ending, and then the boss does one more thing, you know? And that one more thing, I guess, was kind of unique. I wish they would have used Enki more in a unique manner towards that end. But again, I could be ruined in that. And it's something I would like to talk about, but I don't want to ruin it for anybody else that's interested, since the game is still newer. But the game was fun, man. As far as it being a Souls-like, it's definitely it's in the lower top 5 for me, right? In the lower well, if I wanted to give it in a top, I'll put a top 10. If there was a top 10, I'd put it in the lower half of that top 10. Maybe around an 8, 9 kind of range. Not bad, but not the greatest either. I do like the representation that they had in the game as far as culturally. Some of the mythos also seemed Egyptian, right? And I'm just waiting for more games to kind of pull that out and really dive into it more, because the Egyptian mythos, man, there's just so much that you can be dived into there. But Flintlock was good, man. So shout out to Flintlock. I definitely recommend it for people who want to get into a Souls-like experience without having the expected or the for sure difficulty. I will say anything under possessed, even normal, it can't be terrible, right? But again, I do think that what they've done is more on how much damage the enemies do versus making the AI smarter. So I guess you could take that how you want. But after I finished Flintlock up, I jumped into Marvel Rivals. Was my in-between, I believe. And I've completely dropped off of that. They're supposed to be doing a tournament for Marvel Rivals, actually, like a major tournament or whatever. One of the Marvel Rivals' first big tournament for the beta, which is still funny to think about and see. But I fell off of that. Like I said, I'm not going back to that until the game probably releases. And then I jumped into Path of the Goddess. Path of the Goddess is exactly the game that I needed after playing Flintlock. Not only is it a great palate cleanser, but it's also a game that is up my alley, right? The tower defense portions of it aren't as... I wish they would have let you build like Archer towers kind of thing and really have more of the tower defense in it, right? That probably would have required more enemies to be on screen as well. And the enemies can already become overwhelming, especially if you don't plan it correctly. I think I'm on like the 3rd or 4th boss, main bosses that you fight. And so I've experienced a good bit, and I've gone back and like, I'll go back to every previous settlement that I've done.
Did you beat the centipede?
Yes.
Okay. That's the 3rd boss. So
the centipede, he grows things out of its side, and the main way to do big damage to him is either hit him in the head or those things. I only lost to him once.
Really?
Yeah.
Took me 4 or 5 runs on that one, but I figured out the trick. So
yeah, what I ended up doing is, because I noticed how much the light and how, because again I'm using archers, because I was going to use archers anyway before people started saying that the archers were good. That's just kind of what I do, because I'm more melee focused anyway. So I want people that are going to be able to, I can kind of position. And once the lighting and the position, once I figured out the first time how it was kind of working, I was like, okay, so maybe I'll put them more of a triangle formation. This was also the first time where I actually had to change some of them. Right? To change them from all being archers to maybe I'll have 3 archers and 3 or 2 or whatever axemen as an example, right? Because the axemen also, because I have this relic or whatever, that the more points that I have, the more damage that I do. So I'll save my points on only getting axemen, and because they're like 50 apiece, the axemen and the archers, because they're 50 apiece, I got archers all the way maxed out. They're the first ones I leveled up completely.
Yep. Same with me, bro.
All the way to the top.
Yep.
So I got archers and then my axemen, and they cost 50 apiece. So I can get a good bit of those, at least 5, especially if I can get 5, maybe 2 axemen, 3 archers, or 3 axemen and 2 archers. However I ended up doing it, that's what I found like was a good trick for me right now, because it gave me, especially for that centipede boss, it gave me some of the aggression that I needed, but also because the boss also focuses on you as your main player character. So it's like, it's easy to kind of get the boss to stay away from the goddess, right? Because I kind of figured that out as well. So there is that. Ron Slusher says you should also check out Orcs Must Die if you love Path of the Goddess. I played Orcs Must Die, but I'm not really into that.
It's fun. It's fun. It is a great game.
No, yeah, I get it. I get it's fun. I'm like, Ron, this is always my dilemma. My interests are so jaded by so many different things that Orc Must Die and Path of the Goddess could be exactly similar, just with different characters. And I will play Path of the Goddess and never play Orcs Must Die. Because I've never had a true interest in orcs. Even in Warcraft, I didn't have that, right? I thought they were cool, right? But I'm bougie like that. I can't help it. I'm not going to lie to you. There's just the Path of the Goddess art style aesthetic speaks to me more than that game would even. But yeah, man, I'm really enjoying what they have. It's not overly complicated either, which I also enjoy. That's why I think it's a good palate cleanser for a game as well, especially for your main character. I mean, it is action based, right? You can turn the camera however you want. Everything is live. You got to kind of have a little bit of strategy into it, but for the most part, I don't think it makes you think overly hard. It makes you, definitely stand back and be like, okay, how are they approaching this? But outside of that. And I think that's really dope. I like the presentation of the game. I like how it kind of entices you to go through each settlement that you do or unlock and go back and level them up because you get additional points for leveling up. So far out of I think I got 6 settlements unlocked. I have 3 of them fully leveled out. Cause what I would do is I'd finish a mission and then because the thing about the upgrades in these settlements, right, is that they take a mission or 2 to complete. So I'll go do those mission or 2s, and then by that time, because I'll go back and go to each and every individual settlement and be like, I want to level up this stuff. And then I go to 2 missions, and then boom, I can go right back through and say, all right, now level this up, now level that up. Like I'm finding my cycle that I'm really enjoying in there. So shout out to Path of a Goddess. The only other thing that has been on hot memory is I think it's really put me in a stupor, if anything, this week. I've just been thinking about Gundam Breaker 4. I've been watching people play the network test and thinking back on my playthrough of Gundam Breaker 3, and I was watching somebody play Gundam Breaker 3 again, and I was just like, man, I just need 4 to be out, man. I just want to play. I want to play it on PC. I want to see how I was feeling like. I just want to get in my Gundam bag so bad, but I was going to jump into Mecha Attack, I believe. I want to make sure that I'm Mecha Break. I think it's called Mecha Break. So I have the email for it as well. I do believe it's called Mecha Break. I could be right. I could be wrong in that. I want to make sure I get it right. So I made the post about it and they were right. I know for sure. But yeah, I do believe it's called Mecha Break. But I was going to stream some Mecha Break, but they didn't end up opening their servers until last night, I think. And I was at work, and I'm probably not going to get a chance to play today either. So maybe I'll end up jumping in tomorrow or whatever at some point. But Mecha Break is essentially the new Battle Royale kind of style mecha game, where you can transform from robot into vehicle. Like from robot into jets, mainly. I think that's what they have. They have heavier class versions of them as well.
Yeah, they have ground vehicles too, right?
I believe so. I'm not completely sure.
I'm pretty sure they have ground vehicles as well. So
and for a Battle Royale style mecha game, I've been seeing people pretty high up on it as if this most recent beta, because the other thing that they're doing for anybody that's interested out there, when I do end up streaming the game, I'll probably do it to Twitch and YouTube, because they're on Twitch. If you watch for an hour, and this is guaranteed, this is not a Marvel Rivals thing. On Twitch, if you watch it for an hour, they're handing out beta codes. So that's something to keep in mind. Or if y'all are interested and y'all got some time today, y'all want to watch in the background, pull up Twitch, watch it for an hour, you can get a beta code to get access to Mecha Break when it goes into its full kind of, there's like this closed beta that I got access to right now. But then on the 10th, because this beta is actually lasting about a week or so, which is another surprising thing. These games coming out and doing week to 2 week long betas, right? Like they're letting people really breathe with these games. And it feels like to me that they're really trying to hammer out what the issues are, what it's going to feel like when the game actually goes live. So then they can adjust those things when they pull it down. Because you go into it knowing you're not going to keep any of this shit, right? Maybe you get some things that will carry over. Delroy says, does it play fast like Zone of the Enders or slower like Mech Assault? It's like Zone of the Enders. I don't. Well,
I'd say it's even faster than Zone of the Enders.
I think it's Zone of the Enders level, but I didn't. For me to be hard to make that comparison, I didn't like Zone of the Enders.
Right.
So, I think it's faster than Armored Core 6. It's more like Armored Core 4 for answer. As far as speed goes. But it reminds me more so of like the Transformers games. War for Cybertron. That felt, I don't know if anybody in chat played that online or you had a chance to play it online, Paul, but that game was kind of quick too. Like you were in and out of transformations depending on who you were, especially like if you were like somebody like Jetstream, like you were in and out of transforming into your normal mode to shoot people, then transforming into your jet mode to fly away. Right, back and forth. So it's more, from what I've seen, it's more like that. That's why I want to get my hands on it and feel what it's like, right? Because I've seen other people talk about it and they say that the game feels really damn good. Feels really damn good. So, but yeah, man, that's kind of what I've been into this week. Not too much, not too little. Definitely going to finish out Path of the Goddess. This is something I'm definitely going to need to get done. I can tell that it's not a extremely long game either. It's one of those games that, hey, when you get to the end of it, and I'm not going to be one of those people that go through and try to hit every single mark on every single mission. As long as I go through and I level up each settlement, that's all I'm good with. And I don't need to completely 100% the game. But I am liking what the game is presenting to you, especially with the gates, cleansing the gates and stuff. I like the additional game mode that they put in that as well. Hey, keep this thing in the center so when we're doing our chant and our dance, that it'll end up cleansing this gate. I do like the little things. It just feels good seeing games be games, not take themselves overly serious, and still be really good products. I think right now I'm about in the 8 range for Kunitsugami. 8 possibly could be higher by the time I get to the end of it, just because of how good it feels and how fun it is to play.
It's fantastic to see Capcom doing this. They took a chance. This is not a big game. They did not have a big team on this, but again, they did not obviously skimp on the game at all. Like this is high quality Capcom original IP that I think could continue forward and become a thing for them if they want it to be. This is awesome that they try to blend these genres together. And again, the art style is so freaking unique.
It's on point.
Just watching on the screen, bro, it's just amazing. And I just really think this is, again, Capcom's not sitting back playing it safe. They are taking risks, which I wish every big publisher did. So I'm just so appreciative that Capcom came out with this game because this is not something they had to do. They could rest on their laurels. They could sit back, continue to do their amazing remakes, offer Resident Evil, potentially Dino Crisis, hopefully at some point down the road. They didn't need to do this game, Steel, but they had a team that wanted to go out and do this. And here we have it. And it's great. It's fantastic. It's Capcom quality. It's just a really cool thing to see. I love when studios still want to do this or publishers still want to do this kind of stuff. So yeah,
it's really good for a game that came out of nowhere. Hopefully more people play it in Game Pass. And they see some more success from it. Because this is definitely a game that I would have bought it. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't there.
And they were charging full price either. Again, this is a
$50 game.
Is it $50? Yeah, I think it is. I think it's $49.99. Again, Capcom doing it right. I can't be anything but appreciative of Capcom for how they're treating things right now, giving their employees all bonuses and raises. Again, both after again celebrating massive profits, record-breaking profits. They're not cutting people. They're giving people bonuses and raises. Capcom can't do no wrong right now, man. They just can't. They're really firing on all cylinders again. So love to see it. Man, look at all those archers. Jesus.
I'm keeping them sad. I was not playing with them. This might be the one. This you'll see what I believe I'll fight the Centipede boss in this gameplay as well. So.
Oh, okay. I love the Wizards too. I'm actually the Wizards are the next.
I've been trying to play. I like the idea of being able to slow down the enemies. Like my whole thing was like, if I can slow them down and then my archers shoot them, especially since they're leveled up.
It works.
I think that's a good
and
strat.
eventually, if you power them up, you saw that it actually causes damage to them too.
Yes.
Eventually,
Yes.
so that's what I'm getting to next. That's what I want to power up.
That's what I want to see. So those parts of it is super exciting, man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there again, like I mentioned at the beginning of the show, there's not going to be an upcoming week of games. I'm going to figure out what to do with that this week on how I want to go about it. I'll probably end up moving it into a more video style format to where you'll get to see previews of the games that are coming, because I just like to get representation of those games, right? Gaming is art, should be treated as such. And I want you guys to see what games you may be interested in jumping into. We'll still probably do like, hey, this is when the game's releasing, something that's a little bit on the quicker side. But just something like a little bit of a sizzle reel or something like that. Maybe a quick playlist to get it together. Shout out to Jasper. But I guess we'll start off with that real quick. Game Informer was shut down, man.
Let's
get to the chat.
Let me shout out the chat. Let me shout out the chat real quick, as we're not going to take away that. We could still do that. Game Informer's got nothing to do with that. So we're going to shout out the chat still. I got to get that done for everybody showing up on a Saturday, and then we'll get into the Game Informer. So let's get started here. We got the Bustelo Maserati in here. Bustelo Maserati, what's going on? Ohio wrestling is the best. Agreed.
Ohio wrestling.
Are we having wrestling discussions? Yo, what's going on? Bustelo, great to see you in here. Decado, of course, is in the house. What's up, Decado? We got the lore master Jasper. That's right, the actual guy visiting us from space. He was able to actually join us on Xbox Ultimate last night, which is awesome. Jasper, great to see you again, brother, in here. We got Tubabu Kumi in the house. What's up, Tubabu? Having great discussions with everybody in here about the First Descendant. I'm always down for the First Descendant talks in here, man. Oh, yeah. We got the King Styles says, just stopping by to say yo, but about to run some errands. I'll be listening. Hey, thank you for lurking, King Styles. Appreciate you. Go get those errands done. I know how that is, man. Appreciate you dropping in here even for a second. Thank you for that. We got the Fahim Scott again. He's enjoying First Descendant as well. That's what I love about the community, man. Fahim's had some questions. We all jumped in and be able to help him out with a little bit of First Descendant talk. So appreciate you so much, Fahim, for jumping in here, and everybody else helping Fahim out. Learn how to farm a little bit in the First Descendant. That's right. And again, shout out to that team for setting it all up nice and easy, so you can just go find what you need. Wherever you need to go, it's all there at your fingertips. Gotta love it. We got the Delroy in the house. What's up, Delroy? We got the Nixie, of course, jumping in here. Always great to see you too. Thank you both for joining us this morning. Who else we got in here? Let's see. We got the Ron Slusher, of course, joining us. Ron, great to see you. Appreciate you joining the show this morning. We got the OCD Gamer. What's going on, OCD? Thank you for being here. We got the Oats in the house. What's up, Oats? Always good to see you. Said Flintlock grew on me the more I played, but still landed at about a 7. So he's right in your area there, Steel. Again, with Flintlock. Lydian Master, of course, is in here. What's up, Lydian? He says, good job, Steel, for beating Flintlock, of course, on Possessed. Yeah, we got the 1-0. We got the brother 3-bit in the house. The man who is the reason for all game delays and broken games. 3-bit is the problem in the industry. Just remember that. 3-bit can always be blamed for everything. But 3-bit joined us last night too. Good to talk to you, 3-bit. Great to see you in here, brother, of course. Who else is a part of the show today? We got the Ray Oid in the house. What's up, Ray? Morning to you, sir. Thank you for dropping in here and saying hi. Always love to see you in here. Who else? We got Borbs8203. What's going on, Borbs? Thank you for jumping in here and being a part of the show today. We got Joe Dunmore. Joe Dunmore, a part of the show. Happy Saturday to you, sir, as well. We got the Harry Balsack. What's going on, Harry? Gotta get you trimmed up, brother. Thank you for being a part of the show. We got the Stanley Francois. What's up, Stanley Francois? Thank you for dropping in here, man. Appreciate you. That's about as far back as I can go. Thanks, everybody, for being a part of the show today. We got Boba Fett Gaming. What's up, Bubba Fed says I'm late. Hey, don't worry about it, brother. Don't worry about it. Thank you for being a part of the show and jumping in here. And I also see who else I just see jumped in. Whoa, what's going on here? East Side Vandal is in the house. What's up, East Side? He says, I'm at Target now. What's up, fam? Love it. You guys are out running errands. Got us in the earphones, man. I appreciate you so much, man. Appreciate you so much. Oh, we got brother from another Psychonauts on the front line of GameStop. That's right. What's going on, Psycho? Good to see you, sir. Thank you for being a part of the show. All right, Steel. I think that's everybody that I can get to because I can't go back any further. If I missed you again, still appreciate you being here. If you're just lurking because you can't hop into the chat, totally get it. Love you all. Whether you're here for 5 minutes or whether you're here for the whole entire time, thank you for coming on by, joining me and Steel on a Saturday morning.
I got a question for y'all. This is just random,
Oh,
completely
MF
random.
Great. What's up?
Motherfucking great. What's going on? But random.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I appreciate the fact that there's like this dad against predator thing kind of going on. I don't know if you've seen these videos where there's like these dudes who are like chasing down these guys or like finding out about these guys who are like trying to meet up with kids and stuff to catch predator kind of stuff, but they're being much more aggressive with it to catch a predator. But if you were Batman, well, not even Batman, like
vigilante
this
style.
complete vigilante style. Like there is no hiding it. You're just, maybe they got a mask on, maybe they don't. Like as much as I like appreciate it, in a lot of ways, it's like there's some ways where I was just like, bro, y'all gonna get yourself in a lot of fucking trouble. Like at some point.
I don't know if you saw the one Steel. The dude deleted himself when they caught him.
Oh, I heard about that. I heard about that.
And then they actually the police detained the guys, the To Catch a Predator guys. And I don't know, I didn't follow up the story to see if they are pressing charges or not. Hopefully they're not.
Bro.
But yeah, you're right, Steel.
That's what you're playing with, man. Like I just, you gotta be ready. Agree, but
I mean, I hats off to these people.
Yeah,
hats off. I mean, again, this is a different level. But yeah, you are putting yourself in a situation because you don't know who you're going to meet. You don't know who these dudes are. And yes, I'm sure we'll wind up with a story where things go sideways real quick. But yeah, no, I know, Steel.
It's just crazy. Like.
Hats off to
as aggressive as they are. I think they even got the game involved. Like I was like, hey, how you got a rapper involved in this? I mean, the game. Yeah. He's a decent dude. But
they had one of the didn't they have one of the UFC guys too?
For real?
Yeah. With them too.
They're going next. I just, bro.
Yeah.
Y'all may not be listening, but just be careful, man. Make sure y'all are covered. Make sure you're like. Again, man, because you're playing with a lot. When you do like, I'm not completely against being a vigilante. I'm not.
Oh no.
Like there's definitely a huge gray area there because if the police ain't gonna do shit, like if these dudes is doing it, why can't the cops do it? Right? Like. I mean, sure, there's laws in the way and everything, but these laws ain't preventing these other people from doing it, and these dudes ain't going to automatically to jail. They're beating these dudes' ass, like in these videos, bro. I haven't seen these dudes go to jail. No. You know what I'm saying? Or anybody press charges?
Who's gonna? I mean, you're walking a fine line, right? And this is like you said.
Because other thing, there are laws. Are you going to go to court and say?
Right. Bar, right? You really want that notoriety yourself, right? And the police themselves, right? While I'm sure that they don't, fine line because the police are going to say, well, we don't want people to put themselves in bad positions, right? Because then we are going to have to show up and, we're going to have to, we might have to put ourselves in a situation because you guys decided to go do this. But at the same time, if it's not like that and they're just beating these people up, the cops on the side, I'm sure, are also appreciative of them doing this because there are laws that they have to follow that they can't necessarily do this. Whereas regular Joes who take the law into their own hands can get things done that they can't.
Which is fair.
And so, yeah. But there is a very fine line here for sure.
Yeah, man, because it's one of those things where you thinking about it like, hey, again, I can appreciate it, but then it's just like, bro,
Yeah.
I mean, again, somebody has to, right? At least that was Batman's excuse.
Yeah. Well, there's lots of people, but again,
I mean,
shout out to them. Hats off to them for doing it. Again, it takes a different. It's just, again, there's a lot of people in that go and do stuff that the police can't do. There's those guys that go where the police won't go look for bodies, right? The police won't go hunt down, and the family hire them to go and find out and find out what happened to their missing loved ones, right? And if they think that they think that there was an accident and they're in the pond, the guys who go out and go diving in ponds and rivers and
That's
stuff and go try to find. I mean, again, a lot of times the police don't have the resources to go do this stuff. So other people take it upon themselves to make it happen. And I think it's fantastic that we have people like this doing it. So yeah.
Vandal said this isn't Batman, let the police do their job. See, that's the problem though, Vandal. And again, I don't want to base life off of comics and on all that shit, but this shit is based on somewhat on reality. I do think that there is some truth to, there are certain things that no matter if you want the law to abide by, to be what, again, gray area.
Yeah. And E-Rank says it. I mean, as a parent, I'm good with it at the surface, but what if there's a mistaken identity or the vigilantes just had their facts wrong? Yes. That is the ultimate risk that you're going to take. And obviously, if something like that were to happen, then justice has to be served the opposite way as well.
Right.
But yes, you're absolutely correct, E-Rank. But again, we know that even the professionals don't get it right. And certainly...
Oh yeah, they'll put people
do illegal
away.
Shit. Yeah. Right.
They'll protect people, do all kinds of things.
Yeah. So yes, but that is the other side of it, E-Ranks, for sure. Obviously, as a vigilante or somebody who is doing something like that, you can get things wrong too. Again, we're humans, we make mistakes, right? Purposeful or not purposeful, right? It is just... So yes, we have to be careful with that.
And again, I hear you, Vandal. I hear you. I hear what you're saying, Nixie. Nick says these guys aren't doing anything but engagement farming. They're not trying to serve justice. And Vandal says if you punish someone without a court conviction, the police needs to arrest everyone. Period. And Vandal, I feel you, and I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you this, brother to brother. And from where I'm from, that's snitch ass behavior. You can take that how you want. And again, I'm not going to criticize you for that. Again, there's plenty of people who feel the exact same way that you do, right? Mm-hmm. And that's fine. I think Pong is also just saying that there is a gray side to it. That what do you do about the gray side of it all then? Because things aren't just black and white, right? I wish that, hey, when you call somebody or if you tell somebody about something that's happening, that there would be people that look into these things and get the things taken care of and handled. But there's no reason for, as an example, my entire point mainly is if these dudes are able to get all this information and be on this to catch a predator type of time, then why is there not some form of law enforcement that is doing the exact same thing? And instead of beating these people up, bringing them to justice, then what other choice is there? So essentially, in the Vandal, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but essentially, you're essentially saying that it would have been, if those dudes wouldn't have caught these dudes in these situations, or females, whoever it is, would have met up with these younger kids, did whatever with these younger kids, without their parents knowing none the better, without whoever in their life knowing none the wiser. And these dudes would have been walking out here free, knowing that they are playing into what is now being tried to be considered as the United States of America are trying to label pedophilia as a mental illness. Ladies and gentlemen, And I'm just telling you here that I think it's beyond that. Again, I'm not going to go to the super extreme about it, and then we're just having a side conversation. But what happens in those situations? Most of the time, those people just get taken advantage of. These things go get put under the rug for forever. Maybe that person goes and says something, or maybe that person is such in fear for their life, for their however long period, or maybe they're messed up mentally because of this situation now for X amount of time, because they were taking advantage of somebody that nobody prevented them from having interaction with, and we live in the most digital era ever. So it's this, I'm more questioning if these normal seemingly dudes, and again, I know they're putting effort into it, right? They're outside of the normal. They're taking it to a different level. But if they can do it, then why not bring them in under some form of law enforcement and say, hey, we see that you guys are good at this. This is a problem and we need to take care of this. How do you, and then you get in the conversation. Again, this is just part of one conversation that could be said about so many different things that are going on in our day-to-day lives, right? It's just, I don't know, to me, it's an extreme because I have 2 daughters, like, right? So it's like, for me, bro, I'm gonna tell you right now, Vandal, if something happened to either one of my daughters, there's nothing that the police can do that is going to stop the hell that I'm going to bring to this earth. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to care. Because I know they're not going to react the same way that I would like them to. And sure, justice takes time and all that good stuff. I get that. Mm-hmm. But as a father, as a husband, bro, no. And that's just me, right? And everybody's different in that. Maybe you could sit back and be cordial and go to court and sit in people's face and have a conversation about all your feelings and everything. But bro, if somebody takes it there, there is no stopping me. And I think that's one of the most dangerous places for me to even be. And I can accept that, but I will accept all repercussions that come with it. So that's kind of what I'm saying. And these guys being a median, again, vigilantes, being a median and possibly preventing somebody else's father from being the same way. I don't know. There's just a lot of gray area there. I just think it's interesting.
Street justice, prison justice still exists, right? I think there are certain, again, the older I get, the more law and order dude I am. I want to see public executions come back. I think that we need a change, but there are certain lines that society, and like Steele said, they're trying to be blurred right now in certain cases, but I think there are certain things that even when prison justice agrees that you don't do, right, that aren't acceptable in society when it comes to kids. Yeah. I mean, again, there is no holds barred in my eyes. And I understand we don't want a bunch of Batmans running around because mistakes are going to happen. There's going to be a lot of different things that come along with that. But if there's a group of individuals who want to try to do this, to pick up the To Catch a Predator kind of way of doing things and to find these dudes, yeah, I guess in a perfect world, it'd be great if the police department can handle it. If, they had all the resources in the world to go do this shit. They don't. But again, I'm not gonna sit here and say I think it's bad, because it's not. I don't think it is.
I can't say that. I can't say it's bad.
I can't. Yeah, I can't say that. If they're in
maybe not the best way.
Engagement farming. Listen, if engagement farming has a positive effect on society, that some of these dudes that would be out here, like Steele said, unknowingly doing things to kids. If it wasn't for this engagement farming, then I think the net good outweighs the engagement farming, right? I think that if this is, again, where our society's at, and we've come to a point where this is a thing, then I think that this is the case. I'd rather see this than the stupid assholes that are going around pranking people Like,
Yeah,
like,
and
again,
I'm not about that prank shit.
I'm not about that prank shit like at all. So I'd rather see him doing something good with the engagement farming, and I guess I look at this as a good thing. So, like I said, it's a gray area. It is. Vigilantism always is going to be a gray area, right? But yeah, Tubabu brought up the famous payphone dad. One of the most famous situations back in the 80s, before internet, that he took the law in his own hands. And yeah, that, like Steele said, you touch my kids,
Yeah, I'm not.
we bring in hell.
I
Nothing's
don't know
gonna
what to
stop
tell
me.
you. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, nothing's gonna stop me. So again, it is what it is. But yeah, interesting.
Again, random side
Yeah.
topic, but I thought that was interesting, man, because I've been seeing that going on, and it was just like, bro, these dudes is bold, man. But it's just like, and I don't even know how to feel it, so I want to feel about it. So it's just like, I wonder. Well, I know how I feel about it. I don't feel bad about it. I thought it was interesting because I felt gray about it. I was just like, I see what you're doing, but bro, y'all are going to end up being in a situation that's gonna be bad. And people offing themselves, or them shooting at you, or like you're just putting yourself in bad situations, man, potentially. So, but anyway. So,
welcome to Living Split Screen, a show about video games. Let me tell you,
where we talk about a variety of things, conversation. You know what else is sick?
what?
It's sick that Xbox console sales could continue to decline.
Oh God, we're gonna start there. We're not gonna do the Game Informer. We're gonna start with the decline.
We'll
Which
start off with Game Informer, because I think Game Informer is a little bit easier to springboard into. Since this is something that did end up getting killed, annihilated, assassinated by the likes of, because they were under Game Informer was under GameStop, right?
Yeah, they're GameStop. Yeah, correct.
Because they were owned by somebody else originally. I want to say about almost 20 years ago? Or was it that long? I don't think it was that long, right?
What?
Because wasn't Game Informer under somebody else?
1991.
Okay. That's when GameStop jumped in.
Yeah, that's when they started Game Informer itself. Was 1991.
Okay, gotcha.
And it started as a handout in the stores. For the most part, it was like 6 pages or something like that. It was a small like little time like self-publication, just to let people know what was upcoming, right? It was to sell more games. Obviously, they started out as a small little tiny magazine just to show people what was coming up, and you actually got them in store. I think you grabbed them off the counter. They put them in your bag along with your, if you were a member, you got that along with your game or whatever. But that's how it started, and then it blew up into the actual magazine itself. Yep, full-fledged.
So, Game Informer, the longest running U.S. gaming magazine, has shut down. So the big picture is, and this is coming from techspot.com. The article is written by Daniel Sims. He actually wrote this article 28 minutes ago, so this is fresh. The big picture, he goes in to say, print magazines covering gaming has suffered a long, slow death since the emergence of online media. 1000%. There's no way to get around this. Newspapers the same way. Like for an example, we sell a local newspaper at the store, and newspapers like $5, bro. Like, it's crazy. One publication maintained wide circulation as its contemporaries fell all around it. Unfortunately, the magazine couldn't escape its parent company's growing financial struggles. Game Informer, magazine announced its closure on Friday after 33 years of publication. Typically sold with parent company GameStop's customer reward membership, it was the longest running print gaming magazine in the U.S. and briefly the most widely circulated. The Game Informer website now only displays a simple splash screen with a farewell message. Issue 367, featuring a cover story of Dragon Age, the Veilguard will be its last. The magazine's termination came on short notice as GameStop laid off the publication's entire staff on Friday morning. Video producer Alex Van Aken said some members didn't realize they'd been let go until the official announcement on Twitter. The website's sudden closure also complicates its efforts to archive its content. The Wayback Machine, a subscribers' collections, might become the only way to preserve the magazine's thousands of articles. Game Informer began circulation in 91 under Funkoland, but took off after GameStop acquired it in 2000. So there you go, that answers my question. By 2012, it had peaked with circulation of 8 million copies, making it the third largest and biggest printed magazine in the US. Game Informer was chiefly known for expansive cover stories on major upcoming releases. GameStop likely closed the magazine to help to stem financial bleeding it has suffered in recent years. Amid the decline of retail game sales in favor of digital downloads, the company has repeatedly laid off staff, including Game Informer employees, and taken other cost-cutting measures. A meme stock rally in early 2021 rocketed GameStop share prices to an historic high, but the effect has mostly worn off. The stock dipped slightly in response to Game Informer's closure, but quickly recovered and remains relatively stable. So, chat, how do you feel about Game Informer meeting its end? I think that this is actually meeting its end much later than I anticipated, because this has just been the way of a lot of physical media, especially when it comes to things like magazines, where we used to get our articles and our news and where a lot of the details about games that were coming out. We do have the internet now. And I do think that one of the biggest misses that GameStop has made with Game Informer is not making Game Informer something that was more translated it to digital and really lean more into it, something like a G4. And I only say that more so because I always felt like Game Informer was more in touch, just the same way that I feel like GameStop is probably the only real way that you get to getting a true game store, while it still offers other things. Although I do miss it being more game focused, right? You go in there, like I always wanted them to spread out into being more of a tournaments, right? Where you go to a GameStop, not only can you buy games, but you can also do tournaments. Not only can you do tournaments, but you can also do meetings. Like, just expand it out and make it become its own thing, so it didn't have to become so dependent on the digital era that we were moving into. Game Informer overall for me is extremely iconic. Speaking of iconic things, because this was the Game Informer is what I always imagine or think about when I think about a magazine or news or articles, or where a lot of my information was coming from about games, was from things like Game Informer. But again, that would make sense because I grew up in that era, right? That transition from EB Games to GameStop, I was there through that, right? And so to have Game Informer be part of your game purchases, right? You were buying a PlayStation or an Xbox or a Dreamcast or whatever system that was out at these types of stores. So it was likely that you were going to get a magazine of this ilk. And I think Game Informer just did it so well, being one of the more credible, continued to be credible sources of gaming news. That was pretty damn refined. And again, there was a reason why I was using it for upcoming games, right? The details that they put into everything. You go to these other sites and you look at their upcoming games list, and they give you very minimal detail. And it's like, bro, we're in gaming because gaming is art and should be treated as such, right? So give me a little bit more representation. Give me a couple screenshots. Give me what I am missing. And that's how I want to tie it in with the conversation we were kind of having at the beginning of the show about seeing that front cover art and trying to picture your imagination in that, or trying to picture you in that world. And I see you guys saying EGM, and I know Palmer's probably going to say relate to EGM as well. And I do remember EGM, but just speaking just what spoke out to me, because of, again, I just think it is a generation kind of thing, or an era kind of thing. Especially as we were moving more towards online gaming, multiplayer gaming and stuff. Places I was buying our consoles at was places like where these types of magazines are being sold. And just Game Informer always sticks out because they always had one of the best covers, right? Like, the cover for a Game Informer was almost like poster level, right? A lot of the time, like they were like, I want to rip the cover off of this magazine and put it on my wall.
Fuzzy
Right,
said that
shit.
last night, Steele. Fuzzy said that when he heard that they were having funding issues, one of his ideas was that they should take their cover art and
Hell
turn them into
yeah.
posters. 'Cause he's like, I would have bought some of those as posters to frame for sure. Yeah, 1000%.
Maybe you start tailoring what you put on there so it's more what is the new game, so it's really focused on that. But put a team on that, a marketing team, and just start pushing. I think that would have been a great idea. And I think Bowl dropped off something.
Yeah. We were gonna get to that. I want to let you finish your thoughts, but Bold Alpha Wolf Pack. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. We started the show at the usual Mach 2.0, but we are now to Mach 2.5. That's right. Thanks to the one, actually Mach 3, because the Bold Alpha Wolf Pack dropped off 2 bags of coal, added 2 full cars of new splitters to the splitter hype train this morning. That's right. He came overhead. He got on the court with the easy 10 dunk, the windmill from the free throw line. Bold Alpha did it, folks. That's right. The 10 bomb. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. And remember, goal remains 69 every single month, no matter what, every single day. It never changes around here. Hashtag no ads in 2024 and hashtag no beans around here, keeping us ad free. Thank you, Bold Alpha Wolfpack. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Let's go.
Harry Ballsack, I don't know if the Game Informer site and name is for sale. I'd imagine they're going to hold on to that for quite some time. But we'll see when that ends up running up. But if you go to the website right now, it's not even accessible, period. It just has
their statement.
Pops up their statement. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So I even tried to see if it was like, maybe they'll keep up their section for a little bit longer. Nah, it's gone. And shout out to you, Yobi. I saw you drop in here too, Brody, man.
Yeah, shout out to the legendary.
But yeah, man. I mean, Punk. I mean, how do you? I mean, overall, again, Game Informer for me. It's just, I think it's a showing of the times. When I saw this, I think that this was more of a sign for GameStop than anything else. And again, it doesn't have to be, but if GameStop wasn't considering doing this before, there has to be something telling them that they're not adjusting quickly enough. However they need to in the digital era, which is so weird and confusing to me. GameStop should literally have the market cornered for like gaming shit, bro.
Yeah, but the GameStop owner is the CEO is under investigation right now for insider trading. So that's a part of it.
Here we go.
Listen. It's the end of an era. They tried. They went digital, right? I think that was actually a mistake in a lot of ways, although obviously cost-wise, you kind of have to these days to run an actual physical magazine publication it's so expensive.
You see it with newspaper. That's why I was giving that example.
Costs have gone through the roof because that's not the way you do things. So now there's less, there's less industry when it comes to actually publishing physical media. So again, costs are going to go up, and it's a lot of overhead. And so they tried. They went digital. It's just there's so much competition from everywhere. That's why you see Ziff Davis gobbling up everybody, because competition is fierce. And people can get news everywhere. And the only really way to combat that is to go big and become a monopoly like Ziff Davis is, right? Which sucks because, again, they have their own biases. They have their own intentions. And that means we get less and less, even though it already was, we get less and less neutral type journalism being done. Now, Game Informer hasn't been the same for years. Again, Game Informer, to me, lost their way a long time ago. But I go all the way back. Again, it started in 91. For those don't know my history, I worked at Funkoland. When I was like 16, 17, I was working at actually 17, I want to say. I worked at Funkoland. That Funkoland was the Midwest version of GameStop before GameStop bought out Funkoland and everything turned into GameStop. Game Informer started. The Game Informer is from Minneapolis, right? So I'm in Minnesota, so hometown, right? This is where it started. Was here in Minneapolis. Back in the day, I mean, they had some of the best writers They had some of the best editors. Again, you look at the Andy McNamara's, Andrew Reiner's, Matt Miller's. These guys have been in the industry forever, but when they started out at Game Informer, and they were fucking amazing back in the day. Game Informer was up there. I had my rotation. Yes, EGM, of course. EGM, Next Generation. For those of you who knew about Next Generation, was your upper echelon magazine. I think I said it last night. I think it cost like $8 an issue, which back then was, oh my God, right? But I had Next Generation, Game Informer, right? I had my Dreamcast magazines, my PlayStation magazines, Xbox magazines. Like we had all, and Game Pro was another one. Obviously, Game Pro was big. But to me, when Game Informer hit their stride, they were up there with Next Generation as far as quality goes. Next Generation was crazy good, especially for tech stuff. Like they went deep into that. But Game Informer, the thing about Game Informer that people forget, yes, you got this from other magazines, but Game Informer at their peak, they were getting the first looks that we see from IGN now. They were getting the first looks at games. They were getting the first interviews and deep dives into games. And my big thing that I talked about last night was whatever was on the cover, you knew by the time you read that article about the cover game, you were going to be hyped as fuck for it, right? It was, again, started with the cover art itself. They went to great lengths. I said this. I still remember when I got the Gears of War issue for Game Informer. Bro, blew my mind. I think somebody actually posted that cover yesterday too. Seeing Gears of War and them talking about Unreal Engine and how it was going to boggle your mind because they showed screenshots nobody had seen before in that article. And I was reading that article going, holy shit, what is this, right? This isn't, again, nowadays, like it's common knowledge. Like everybody knows engines and we all know this shit, those of us that are here, right? Back then, it wasn't like that, man. So it was like, Unreal, what is this, right? Of course, we knew about Unreal Tournament. We knew all that kind of shit. But it was like, what is this game? Look at these characters. Holy shit, look at these dude bros jacked up. It was absolutely incredible. But there were so many times like that. Mav talked about the Skyrim issue last night as well. They always had that cover story down pat that just blew your mind. And so when it showed up in the mailbox, that was like a moment, man. That was like, oh my God, what is going to be on the cover? Sometimes it was something we knew about that was coming, that we had heard was coming. And then other times it was brand new stuff that we didn't even know was in development yet. Again, we didn't have the internet like we do now. We didn't have access to all this information. We didn't have leaks. Our leaks were months and months old from the magazines, right? That the magazines used to have leak sections where they would talk about rumors and gossip around the industry, right? That's how we got that stuff. People forget. Because if you didn't grow up in a generation without internet, you don't realize it. Now it's just normal. It's every day. Yeah. But back then it wasn't. But Game Informer themselves were on the forefront, and they had some of the best writers. And I saw that Nixie said that, you know, he loved the EGM reviews and that kind of stuff. Yeah, I like the EGM reviews as well. But Game Informer, to me, their review process, and again, not that they were the first or the last to do it, but they were the ones that I always remember. Their breakdown sections, we've talked about this many times. I loved back in the day the magazines that broke it down by categories for each game. You had graphics, you had gameplay. They broke down a score for each. They had sound, right? Yeah. Music.
That's what we need to get back to. That's it.
Yeah, Game Informer used to do that. And the other thing I loved about Game Informer is that they had the people who liked that certain genre of game reviewing that game, right? It didn't have to be a fan of that specific, you know, IP itself. But if you were getting an RPG review, you damn well know they were putting somebody like Reiner or somebody like that loved RPGs on that review, so that when they broke down those categories of the game, it didn't matter what IP it was. It was just an RPG. But you knew as an RPG fan, you were going to be reading language that you understood that was going to inform you about that game and whether or not it was going to be for you. That's what I loved back in the day, right? And
That's
Game
dope.
Informer
You had more
again,
of that.
yeah, you had more of that. Game Informer again was in that upper echelon for me when they were at their peak. Again, I think I read, I went back and looked at some stats for Game Informer. At one point, they had 8 million subscribers, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, it was a part of your membership, so that makes sense. But that was
That's a
big
lot.
part of the membership. Like I signed up for the discount was great, right? The discount was cool, and this is
Getting those
before they had all
magazines
their
in the mail.
points and stuff. But the magazine was the big part about it. You got a whole year subscription with that was a big part of it because those magazines were $5-6 a piece, right? So that was like a big, that paid for itself. If you were in the Game Informer, yeah, they were nice. They were, again, the quality level of Game Informer at its peak was up there. So it is the end of an era. And again, even though it's, certainly just like all the journalism nowadays, it's all changed over the years, and Game Informer was no different in a lot of ways from everybody else. Back in the day, they were one of my go-tos. They were something I look forward to on a daily basis. A huge part of obviously my teenage years through my 20s, as far as what I read when magazines were still a thing. Game Informer was a staple. I had tubs. I had 4 tubs of magazines, and obviously I had a ton of Game Informer in there. Now I sadly 2 moves ago got sick of toting around 4 tubs full of magazines.
Oh, you better than me. I would have
threw them up.
I would have been cutting off the front covers and making posters.
Yeah, no, and I should have done that, but again, just got sick of moving. I tossed them, and I'm sad. I'm sad that I tossed a lot of my magazines because I had a lot of good shit in there. I have all my Dreamcast magazines in there because had a lot of cool nostalgic shit in there.
I would have been making hella posters.
they get heavy. And I wish I would have had that idea still. I should have. I should have cut off.
Should have known me at the time.
Yeah, I should have known you, and I would have done that. That would have been the best idea.
I would have been like, nah, Paul, nah, we can't do that, man. I need you to rip those covers off. Yeah. We're making posters, man. If you're at that point.
they went the way I got rid of a lot of my Beckett's too. For anybody who was into card collecting, Beckett back in the day, where you got your card values on a monthly basis, and they always had I
heard about that.
I still have some on my Beckett. But no, it's sad to see. It's a sign of the times. They did try. They went digital. It's just not possible with again.
I appreciate you, great.
with Ziff Davis and what they've done and kind of consolidating the entire industry under one roof. It's very tough for anybody to keep going, especially when your CEO is in trouble, especially when your company is not doing well. This is going to be one of the things that they eventually let go. I was kind of expecting this day at some point. I was actually surprised how long they carried on for.
That was my point. Yeah, that was one of my biggest points.
Yeah. So, but it is a sad day, and I've got a lot of fond memories, and Game Informer will always be one of those nostalgic memories that I certainly carry with me, man. Again, I hope, like I said last night, I hope somebody now with the digital age, a lot of times people, keep record of all these. So there's a lot of people out there that still have all their issues. I hope we get a digital library of the Game Informers back in the day that exists somewhere, so that we can go back and look through them again. It would be super dope. There's a lot of great articles and great writing that just disappears when stuff like this happens, unless you happen to have a physical copy.
I would like for
hanging around. I want to see all this stuff digitized and saved for generations. Again, you could say nobody looks at that shit. Bullshit. There are times when you want to go back and look at what somebody originally wrote.
It wouldn't cost much to maintain that.
About BioShock when it first came out, right? Or it's history. It's history for this industry, and I hate to see it all gone. So hopefully that happens. But shout out to Game Informer. Again, what an incredible run, bro. 33 fucking years. So what an incredible run for a publication that started small from a used game store, right? A used game store, and turned into one of the most nationally recognized video game publications in the world. What a run, man.
It's a year older than me.
Yeah.
When I tell you I grew up with it, I literally grew up with it. And I like your perspective on it too, man, because you came from more of a perspective of user for not only for the writing and stuff, but like really the review side of things, where for me it was more so like the seeing those upcoming games in there. And I think that's what highlighted Game Informer for me always more so than anything else was their focus on the main game that was coming out. And like you were saying, like how they went into depth, that was the one thing that you could count on Game Informer to do, or to at least get right, was whatever main game that we're covering. The game that's on that cover, you were going to get those additional details. And the Game Informer for Gears of War was...
Yo.
That was a fucking outstanding.
I still remember it, man. That was just like, what are we? What? This is going to be on the 360? Like, it was so far above like what we. I mean, Mass Effect was obviously gorgeous too and was doing things, but my God, when
I hadn't played that,
and like I said, I had no idea Unreal could do what they were doing over there with it when I saw the Gears of War and oh man, just what a time. What a time to be alive.
Even that's crazy to think about, because it's like, I guess because I've been with Unreal the entire time as well.
Yeah.
I always had that level of expectation, but that's also becoming from PC the entire time as well, right? Yeah, I grew up with that, right? Whereas you playing Unreal Tournament, you're like, and then all of a sudden you're playing third person behind these characters that you have always seen at such a certain level because you've been playing under their engine the entire time. That's just crazy to see the growth of where things are at. Like going from Unreal Tournament 2002 to today that is just insane. Seeing Fortnite where it's at, Gears where it's at, how versatile these games are. Everything is under Unreal now.
All of it. And again, the 360 era really jump started it. Xbox did, the OG Xbox did as well, because they started seeing more PC games, right? So Xbox itself, definitely, obviously, Halo changed everything with how people saw console shooters. But Xbox was at the forefront, and the OG Xbox was that. But the 360 era really opened people's idea, to your point, because I played, Morrowind on my buddy's OG Xbox, and I was blown away, right?
Yeah.
But when Oblivion showed up, to your point, when Oblivion showed up on the 360, like, that's why it was such a like, people were like, what? And PC players were like, well, yeah, I mean, this is Bethesda, like, this is what they do, brah. But 360, with the popularity of it, when Oblivion showed up and opened up a whole new fan base to Elder Scrolls, like, all of a sudden people were like, this is possible on my console. Like, we have this whole open world. I can go anywhere. I'm interacting with all these people. And then we find out years later how they tricked the 360. Like, they had to do all these tricks. They actually stopped the game. Like, you were still playing the game.
They used to shut down the console in the background.
It would reset the console and load in the new area in the background without you ever knowing about it. Like,
that's so crazy.
What? Like, that's how they got it to run on that limited memory of the 360. Like, it's insane, man. All the stuff that we saw, the growth, like you said, of engines and games, but obviously I have a totally different view because of how far back I started, right? And coming forward, like I said, it was just back in the day, we didn't have information literally at our fingertips, like 24/7 information.
Yeah, it's completely different.
The internet wasn't there. We had to
different.
wait for the magazines back in the day, and the magazines were already information that was 2 to 3 months old in the industry, or even more so. And that's how we got our news. So we weren't up to speed on every little detail unless it was in a magazine, unless we got to read it. And again, you're talking about the industry being much smaller at the time, and you're talking about an enthusiast fan base of video games that was even smaller, right? Who actually cared about that shit. But I was one of them. So my magazines were like everything to me. Like, I went to them, and Game Informer, like I said, they got a lot of the first looks that we see IGN get. And so when that magazine showed up and that cover game was on there, you knew you were going to be getting details that nobody had heard about yet. Nobody had seen yet. That was the specialness of Game Informer back in the day, and other magazines as well. They all had their things, but Game Informer always did it with that cover game. It was amazing. Yep.
So, I mean, shout out to Game Informer, man. Again, it's the last of a dying breed, which is, that's how things go. You don't adapt, you die, right? No. I mean, there's truth in that, but not to be so grim about it. Again, they're much appreciated, and hopefully there's more roses that end up blooming from this.
Hey, shout out to Hooded Canuck. Hey,
yeah, shout out to you, Canuck, man.
Whatever you're going through, much love, and sending you energy, and prayers, whatever you believe. I'm sending it to you, right? Good vibes to you, for whatever you got going on. Again, trust me, a lot of us got stuff going on in our real lives, so I get it, and I hope everything kind of gets settled for you, and I hope you get settled in a new apartment and stuff. But thanks for showing up on a Saturday. Glad you got video games. A lot of us use that, right, as well
as the medium,
but appreciate you jumping in here despite everything you got going on and joining us. So thank you, Hooded Canuck, and I hope everything goes right for you, man. Again, sending you all the love I can, because I understand completely. So
yeah, much love, Canuck. I want to do the same. Send all positive energy and vibes and love to you, and hopefully that does help you get through it a little bit. Definitely get some gaming in. Definitely tune in to different shows, or like you said, the annoying the ponies out there and stuff like that. Hey, man, whatever helps you pull away from it, definitely do that. Just just keep yourself in mind. Keep yourself good to go. Don't let nobody kind of get to you, and just continue to build up and work on things, man. Get to a comfortable place, and just keep building up from there. So much love. Appreciate you being here. Oh man, that's did not know I could never imagine, and I want to send additional love and blessings to you, man. I know it's not. I know us saying it doesn't do much, and anybody listening on the audio side is like, "Who's this dude? Why is he gonna?" Don't you worry about it. He's a veteran to the family, and we want to send our love and condolences, and. Yeah, man. I'll continue to send prayers out on a daily basis for you, man. From this point forward, to keep you in mind, as I like to do. To all those that I care for personally, that's just my thing. Well, I think with this, why not move a little bit further into something a little bit more sad? That's Bungie.
Oh.
Bungie handed these layoffs and these conniving ass ways that they got here, man. The article that I'm going to get into is going to be from rockpapershotgun.com. The article is going to be written by Nick Rubin. Honestly, Pong, I'm trying to just decide how I want to even start this conversation, because you know that I have a history with Destiny. Destiny is a game that me and my brother played for quite some time. I've been through Destiny since the very beginning, and I am and was a Bungie believer, right? That nothing that Bungie could do could ever be wrong. I was of that ilk. But after Destiny 2, there is things that we as gamers typically don't go for, speak out against, like content being taken away, the absorbent amount of cost that it takes to continue to play this game. And this is coming from somebody who found it valuable in an MMO to have a $15 a month subscription somewhat to make sure that I can have just additional storage and access to a free color palette. Right? Because that's just what MMOs do. Elder Scrolls has something similar. WoW has something similar. All of them, all these different games. It was the battle pass, right? So I'm someone who believes in a good battle pass, right? But what Bungie has done with Destiny, especially with recent happenings, and you can let me know, Pong, if you end up finding a better way to lead me on my path. But with recent happenings over the years, I am extremely confused on why they still cannot find profit in this game. Extremely confused. For Bungie to be the great team that they are, and again, I can't just put it on the devs themselves, right? It's always going to be the people towards the top that are going to have the issue, the people in leadership. The same way that we talk about Xbox's leadership, PlayStation's leadership, Bungie is going to be no different from that, just mainly because, and why Bungie is going to be a talking point for a lot of people is because Bungie is not a small name. These are the people who created Halo. Halo's a game that is easily recognizable by many of our generation of gamers and even some younger, right? And is a game that allowed Call of Duty to become what it is today. Point blank, period. It's not the other way around. And I want people to like blatantly understand that. Like, I am a Halo stan, right? To the point where I have to let you know why things have became as possible as they were on console. Bungie did that. So they're always going to get a certain amount of appreciation from me for that. I was also one of the people earlier on in Bungie's history with the first Destiny that said, hey, well, if they wanted to expand Halo, why did you make Destiny? Because Destiny to me just felt like them making a alternative version of Halo, but do it different. It's Halo, but different, right? That's how I always felt. The way that the enemies reacted, it didn't seem like they pulled away from what they were known for, right? Which was one thing to me earlier on. I was like, this seems kind of off to me. But again, hey, it's your idea, it's your baby. You can do whatever it makes sense if you're going to carry over some of that skeleton. They had some good ideas, especially for the looter shooter genre, trying to make things more MMO-like, especially for a first-person shooter, space kind of RPG. Again, a Halo-esque game that you could play with your friends. That also had good multiplayer because Bungie was known for good multiplayer. And I'm also going to preface a lot of this conversation that I am coming from a multiplayer perspective, not just PvE, but PvP as well. And this is a problem that Bungie has had since the very beginning with the first Destiny. It started off good in the beta, and the game comes out, and it has a bunch of issues. Destiny 2 exists because of the issues that they ran into with Destiny 1. There were so many changes that they had to make in that game that they just released the second game. The second game needed a third game. This was apparent halfway into Destiny 2's life cycle. If even before that, you can tell in its first 3 years. That first DLC, when they took away, when Warmind, the Osiris one, and something else came out. When after those came out, that was the peak of what Destiny had. After that, there should have been something else in development already. Because what's also surprising to me is seeing people surprised that they didn't have anything else in development really for Destiny 2. And it's like, well, the final shape was supposed to be the end. That's what everybody had been talking about. There's supposed to be something after. What is that? Even the developers themselves came out and said, hey, one of the people that they actually fired, well, actually come to find out they didn't get fired or let go. They quit. They walked away, by the way, which I believe this article is going to get into more. But I wanted to go a little bit on my tangent here, because my love for Destiny has been taken advantage of by by Bungie, so much to the point that I have lost faith in what their development strategy even is. And if you're telling me that the only reason that the development strategy is as messed up as it has been is because of the Pete Parsons, the guy at the top who was spending his extra money on buying cars, I think that you may be a little bit more off base and there's more problems to be had there. Bungie, Destiny 2 is not the game today that it was when it came out or in its first couple of years of being out. There are shaders, there's factions that came in and never came back. There were shaders that came in and never came back. There's guns that they made you grind for in Sunset, essentially getting rid of them, making them not only not viable any longer, but also vaulting them so that you don't even have access to them anymore. Content, story-based content because their story has been so fucking convoluted. Again, I don't think it's super hard to get into the story, but if you take away the first half of the game and say, oh, we got to do a new player experience, Warframe did the same fucking thing, and they didn't take away the initial experience of Warframe. So just the same way that I look at Blizzard with Diablo and the shit that they've missed and my criticisms that come with that, it's the same way that I'm going to give the criticism to Bungie when somebody tells me that we should go easy on them, or you shouldn't have been upset or seen this off-putting path, which is why it's questionable to me that PlayStation, because it couldn't have just been Jim Ryan. But why Sony looked at this deal and said it made sense. When Bungie has been nothing but inconsistent. And look, I'm going to be the guy to stand on that front line and tell you all the PvE players, or, oh, I've been getting my PvE content though. I got raids still. I got this still. Okay, so what do you get after that? PvP, something that they stopped supporting halfway into the fucking game's life cycle. A player base. It doesn't need to be the largest player base, but something that, again, is one of the best shooters on the market who's not getting support because apparently they moved the entire team to Marathon instead of making sure that their current game could be supported and make the money that it needed to make. It makes no sense to me that they have been looked over for not only season passing everything, then locking dungeon keys behind additional passes, then dropping cosmetics that are very uncreative, in my opinion, showing a lack of inspiration, pulling away and locking away specific content that you've grinded for. And this is coming from a player who has spent thousands of hours in their worlds. And not everybody has to feel like me. But I want to jump into this to let you know that, yes, I'm jaded. Because the things that everybody crucifies all these other games for, all these other developers for, Bungie has been doing, especially when it comes to monetization. So many people defend Bungie's monetization and say, oh man, well, they got to support the game somehow. Where is the money going? To drop off half their game? And to drop mediocre expansions and charge you $100 a year for them? That's where your money's going? And consistent mediocre drops? What are we talking about? So I don't have the same faith that anybody else seemingly in the community that we're in, or seemingly are fans of Destiny. Because at this point, why would I want to play Marathon? Bungie has shown me that they don't even know what to do with multiplayer. But you want me to have faith in Marathon, a game that came out decades ago, was a completely different game, that they're trying to revitalize and make something new and stand out for a new generation and crowd when they don't even know how to make their current game stand out for this new generation and crowd? It took them 2 games to get an idea right and still haven't hit it out the park. Still falling along the same issues. Finding out even more information that they don't have a fucking clue of what's happening. People are judging 343, but want Bungie back on working on Halo? Nah. And I think there's a lot of what's happening is proof of this. This is not only at the top, but there's also lead designers, lead developers, who are also part of the damn problem. And maybe getting some of this old guard out is going to help them. But I thought this old guard, because part of the old guard that they let go were supposed to be people that were working on this, supposedly from what we were hearing, from what I was seeing, this third-person Destiny-like experience. So why did that get shut down? But I'm supposed to have faith in Marathon, a game that you pulled half your team off of, didn't support your main game. But your main game is struggling. And you're struggling financially. But I'm supposed to believe Marathon is just going to be a good game, while you go through financial struggle. Wow. This most recent DLC for your game didn't even do better than expansion, because this is supposed to be an expansion. The DLC that dropped, Lightfall, did better than your expansion did. So what are we doing here? And it makes me frustrated because I love Destiny. I really do. The way that the game makes you feel. It's speaking to Pong's idea of power fantasy. The one thing Bungie got right in that is making you truly feel. You can see going from Halo to Destiny, it fulfills that you are in that suit doing these powers, making these actions happen at all times. And Bungie will forever be good at doing that, I believe. But what about everything else around it? Now, since I've been talking for a minute, Pong, I haven't gotten to the article yet, but just on a surface level, because I can still touch on the article a little bit here, but just on the surface level, because it's a shorter article, but I do want to pass it off to you to get a little breakup in there. Just on the surface level, like, again, I know you're not somebody connected to Destiny. I know if you've heard my past Destiny rants and the levels that I kind of go with, because it is much deeper rooted for me in the things that are just like, that we talk about are like disgraceful as gamers. Like when you make me feel like my time has been wasted, which Destiny has, it is then slapping me in my face again and telling me, well, we didn't have any space. We didn't want to make it too big.
Yeah.
Well, I see all these other games not have to do that or find ways to iterate or whatever the case may be. But Bungie's supposed to be this great thing, right? That we've kind of upheld up to this point. I mean, how do you kind of see things happening here? And additionally, with them letting go the 17% of their total workforce across multiple departments. Yeah. And then they also announced that the transfer of 155 roles that were transitioning to SIE.
Yeah, which is great.
Which is fine, but that's the complete opposite of having ownership of what you have with Bungie. And I thought that was part of their deal. That seemingly isn't happening anymore.
Well, no, because the contract was written specifically for the situation, right?
It was.
At least Sony put that in the contract, right? They overpaid. There's no question Jim Ryan got robbed. Okay. There was a desperation move on Sony's part. We talked about it when it originally happened because a lot of people questioned the price point. Bungie themselves were desperate, as we're finding out, internally to sell. They went to everybody to try to sell. Parsons, being Parsons, I still say they cooked the books. And I think that Sony looked the other way because they were also desperate. But we found out that Bungie themselves, there's now word coming out that they were in an untenable position and they had to go find somebody to be a parent company because they knew, Parsons especially knew, they were running in the red and that this was not going to be sustainable. And so you had two desperate people that got in a relationship. And I think one looked the other way over the red flags to get what they thought could be a beneficial company to what their goals at that time were, which was games as a service. And I'm talking about Sony. PlayStation, specifically Jim Ryan, and his idea that they needed to bring in quote unquote experts in live service in Bungie to come in and try to help them build out these new live service games. Because again, remember this time, right? Jim Ryan was talking about 10, 12 live service games within the next 4 years that they were going to try. And I ultimately think that this is once they bought Bungie and once Hiroki Totoki started looking at the books, and I think this was ultimately Jim Ryan's demise. I think this was the final nail in the coffin for Jim Ryan. I think that Sony leadership from the East stepped in after Hiroki made his report and said, okay, Jim, we can do this, one of two ways. You can get escorted out of the building, or we can thank you for your service and give you cookies, and you can have a farewell tour. But it's time. Now, whether or not that's all true, don't know. It's my speculation, it's my story in my head, but it kind of all fits in with what we're seeing right now. Ultimately, who's responsible for this is obviously the upper management at Bungie. Sony is responsible for overpaying for a company that is not going to turn out to be a great acquisition.
Seemingly.
Unless
Marathon's a god game.
Unless Marathon shows up and blows people's minds out of the water and changes everything that we think about extraction shooters, and all of a sudden it becomes the next big Fortnite Apex Legends, this is going to wind up not being a great acquisition for Sony. And I don't think I'm saying anything outrageous here. It's not turning out to be what they thought it was going to be. They're not getting the company that they promoted that they were getting. Parsons is ultimately responsible because he knew, he said it himself, he knew what was going on here. This is a case, Steele, where a company makes an IP that turns into an unwieldy monster. It turns into a situation where you bloat your staff to over 1,300 people,
which is a lot on one game,
just to try to control it, right? Trying to get, Parsons said this. Like they were robbing Peter to pay Paul. They were always hoping that the next expansion was going to be it.
And people are saying that, they need a team this big to run this game. No, there is no goddamn way, bro. There's no goddamn way.
If you you've created something that is out of control.
There's just exactly no way.
No. They had something fantastic.
Yes.
They still made a fantastic game. There is no denying that Destiny 2, for the millions of players who have put in thousands of hours into this game, right? There is no doubt that Destiny 1, we can argue whether or not it was that it built the framework for Destiny 2, never lived up to the hype that originally was Destiny. But Destiny 2 certainly did obviously hit the marks that they originally had planned, because don't have success for that long without it.
Yeah.
But as with anything, when you are depending upon one IP, right? You're dependent upon that one IP. If you make mistakes, those mistakes are going to cost you. They made many of their own mistakes internally that cost them and cost them parts of their fan base. And when you're running that thin on the margins, any little misstep putting you into the red is going to be massively an issue.
Gene.
Again, Parsons kept trying to fix it by throwing more people at it.
Yeah.
Right? It's not going to work. It's not going to be sustainable. Even, Final Shape, by all people's accounts, is really good and actually was a success and brought a lot of people back to Destiny 2. But even that wasn't enough at the end of the day. So I just think overall, looking at this is a situation. I think the rose-tinted glasses are completely broken now. The illusion that Bungie was this, this well-run, oiled machine, that everybody else was the problem. Because if you guys all remember, when they left Microsoft was the problem. When they went to Activision, then ultimately got out of Activision's contract, it was Activision's fault. If you remember, Bobby Kotick was the one that came out and said, we need to find a way to make Bungie profitable. Well, if there's one thing that Bobby Kotick, for the biggest snake he is, right? If there's one thing he does know about, it's money. And he obviously saw the red flags with Destiny. he obviously saw the books weren't looking great, and they bought themselves out. They got out from underneath there. Everybody blamed Activision. Everybody blamed Bobby Kotick. They go to Sony. Well, all those red flags finally came to fruition, and here we are now with, again, devastating layoffs, again, to everybody out there. Obviously, first and foremost, the human factor is never forgotten when we talk about this stuff. This is devastating to people who had put their lives with Bungie and Destiny 2 to, and again, over the past year, nearly 400 people gone now out of Destiny.
Yeah.
With the first round of layoffs and second round of layoffs. But again, these people had faith because when they signed the deal with Sony gave Bungie $1.2 billion to retain people. Now, obviously, that can only last for so long, but it seems like some of that money might have gone into Parsons' pockets. It seems like some of that money might have gone elsewhere instead of actually retaining people, because a year after, not even a year after the acquisition, they had laid the first round of layoffs. And now we have this additional 17% gone. So ultimately, those people, I hope you all find new jobs, new homes. I hope you guys, if you can stay in the industry, stay in the industry. This industry is obviously no good when it comes to volatility for the workers, especially if you're at the bottom. The bottom always going to take the brunt of all the mistakes that the top makes. It happens every single time. Very rare do we ever see the top take responsibility and actually make cuts on themselves to lessen the blow to the people on the bottom. It is what it is, man. Greedy people going to greed. Humans going to be humans. So the bottom always takes it. And so the devs themselves, I hope you all find new spots and new homes, or, and find new jobs.
Absolutely.
As soon as it's awful.
I mean, the loss of jobs is always terrible, right? It always is. And there's nothing that can be shortcutted about that.
The industry, like a lot of industries, and again, it's not just this. We talk about this industry. So
it happens all over.
But we also always mention it happens everywhere. Companies get big. Companies do this. Big corporations, big companies always overestimate their success. They always think that they're doing better than they actually are, and they wind up having these delusions of grandeur, and they think that they're going to make it all work, and they just expand and expand and expand. And then when the shit hits the fan, they go, oops, guess we shouldn't have done that. We saw this throughout the tech industry during the pandemic, right? And so the video game industry is no different with the boom of video games, with it becoming the number one entertainment in the world as far as dollars go.
Yeah.
Right. All these new investors came into this space. All these people with no knowledge of video games themselves, they just saw dollar signs. And so money flooded in. So all these companies take full advantage at the top because it means more money at the top. It means more money lying in the pockets. It means more money for the shareholders. It means better for everybody at the top. And they just go on a hiring frenzy and they expand out and they do all this crazy stuff. And oh my God, we're going to do this. And then naturally there's a contraction. And naturally, things come back to closer to average. And all of a sudden, all these people you brought into the industry and gave jobs, which is awesome, aren't needed anymore, or are the ones to be on the chopping block. And this is where we're at. And again, now you see why unionization is happening. Again, we're off topic here, but Bungie is just another added to the list of all the things we've been seeing over the past 2-3 years with this industry. They're just an addition to that. They had gotten bloated trying to keep Destiny 2 in the black, and they thought they could bring it back under control. They thought they could just pour more people and time at it and resources at it, and they would eventually turn it around. And at some point, you got to wave the white flag, and that's what they're doing here. And Parsons is to blame. Parsons, again, Bungie used to be a collective effort, but a lot of the original team left, right? There was a lot of people who had been there from the original team when it started out, and Parsons kind of became he became the man. And, as far as his spending money on cars, again,
I mean, it's his money, man. I ain't gonna tell him what to do with his money, man.
He got his bag. He robbed Jim Ryan. He robbed Sony. He got his bag. He's allowed to spend his money how he wants to spend his money. But when you're out there bragging about it while you're laying people off, when you're out there telling your employees, oh my God, look at my new car collection. Come see my new car collection. And then 2 weeks later, you're laying them off. Well, that's a fucking asshole. Okay? Flat out. You're not going to be looked at as some good dude when you decide to do it that way.
Yeah, no.
And he's done. He is now done in this industry. When he leaves Bungie, even if he goes forms a new studio, he's going to have a stigma against him. There's not going to be a whole lot of people that want to work for him. So again, it's his money. Sure, we can all sit back here and say, oh, all these CEOs should, give up all their bonuses and just pay people for as long as they can. And that's the way everybody should do things. Fortunately, that's not the real world. Some people do that. Some CEOs are like that. Some people really try to give everything back to their employees and to the company. But there's some who just take the money and run, man. But you're going to be labeled rightfully an asshole if you're out here bragging about it, if you're out here showing off, and then you wind up cutting all your people. Yeah. You rightfully get labeled. Yeah. And he should step down. So, but as far as Sony's side go, again, big picture, they had this in the contract for this exact scenario. There obviously was some warning signs that they picked up on. They didn't give Bungie full free reign. They did state, hey, you got to hit certain marks. If you don't hit certain marks, we're taking over. So they obviously knew some things were up. And they knew that there was the potential that this was going to happen. This wasn't a one-sided contract. So at least they did protect themselves that way. So now Sony's going to do what Sony's going to do, which is absorb Bungie. They're going to absorb Bungie. Again, Grubb's out here saying that Herman Hulst is now officially in charge at Bungie. He has been stated, put in place to take over Bungie. They obviously already absorbed part of the team. They're taking a second, making them a smaller group underneath Sony. They have now, again, officially, it's been confirmed. It supposedly happened before a lot of this stuff went down, but they have shelved whatever next Destiny game was going to be. They have basically permanently shelved that. That is not going to be worked on. Grubb stating, don't expect big expansions for Destiny 2 anymore. Makes sense. And they're going to put all their focus into Marathon and try to make Marathon the best game possible. We've talked about Marathon, about extraction shooters, about the competition that's out here in the real world. Again, I tried Marathon. Depends where it's at. Depends if it's got cost, if it's free to play. I'll try Marathon. Am I expecting Marathon to be the miracle? No, I'm not. Okay. Could it be? Sure. It could be. There's always a chip in a chair. But overall, do I think Sony is relying on Marathon to save Bungie for them? No. I think that, again, that illusion is gone. I think that they're prepared to absorb Bungie completely if Marathon doesn't hit into Sony first party and add them to the talent pool within first party and have them work on other stuff. I think they have Hiroki, Herman Hulst now. Again, there's no more illusions about who Bungie is, about what we bought. Got to make do with what we've got. And I think there's probably going to be more cuts down the road as well. Unfortunately, I don't think this is the end of the cuts. I don't think they're going to take everybody that's left.
Yeah, because that's I think that would be PlayStation's biggest team.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. But it's a sad situation overall. But again, it starts at the top here. It's very clear to me that Sony bought damaged goods, that Microsoft, remember when those stories came out, right? That Bungie went to Microsoft first and said, hey, do you want us back? Do you want to come back? And, Xbox Phil turned them down and said, no, you're overpricing yourself. That was the word on the street. And everybody was like, oh, why would you pass up on bringing Bungie back? Oh, like you said, Steele, everybody was like, oh, we could have Bungie working on Halo again. It would be the saviors. It'd be amazing. Maybe Phil knew who Parsons was. Maybe they looked at those books a little bit closer and said, yeah, no, we know what's going on here. We ain't paying that to bring you guys back when we know you're running in the red. It's so just, we doing that. They dodged a bullet. And I think their knowledge of how Bungie was run and their knowledge of Parsons probably gave them the advantage here, and they weren't desperate to bring Bungie back. And I think Sony was in that position. And they made a move. with the ABK deal going down, with them losing Call of Duty. I think they were looking for something, and Jim Ryan's original plan of having all these games as a service games, he was desperate to find somebody he thought could help. And doesn't look like that's going to be the case anymore, Steel. So,
and I just think that should speak to more so to all the fans of the brand, right? You look at Sony, you look at any player that's in the space, and sure, ideally, Bungie would be the people that you would go to. But again, and I said this from the very beginning, it needed to be on a more of, hey, we need to get an idea of how you guys are doing this so we can do it better. Not only bring you in, but also make it better, right? Because that's what I, again, was under the impression that PlayStation has the ability to do, right? That they can take things in and make them, quote unquote, better. That's not seemingly being the case, right? It's becoming more and more plain to me that, at least as far as this goes, and again, if people don't want to put this under Sony PlayStation, and put this completely under, and just completely put it under Bungie, sure, I hear you, but Bungie is in full partnership with Sony.
Oh yeah.
Under the understanding of whatever their contract entitles. And we know for sure that part of their contract is, if you don't perform, there's going to be changes made. Mm-hmm. That's plain as day. We've talked about these things. And if they're not performing, then changes are going to be made. And now you're going to see more people be folded into Sony that people said weren't going to happen. Things change, obviously, in this gaming universe, ladies and gentlemen. Even the Bungie, who people have this high regard for. And again, because I do appreciate consistency in a lot of things. And again, even I have my low moments or whatever, where I'm not always the most consistent. I try to be. But if we're going to call all these other companies, Nexon, all these other free-to-play games, Capcom, when they monetize Resident Evil or Monster Hunter or any of these other games, or the First Descendant, when it has cosmetics that you can buy. We're going to villainize all of these other things, then Bungie needs to be completely villainized. And whether it's at the top or not, the entire company is responsible for what has happened over the last 10 years. It's poor. Even if you just want to keep it at a leadership level, because would love to live in the belief that developers are always trying their best and do their best work on a day-by-day basis. They are not intentionally trying to give people a bad experience, but I'm pretty sure the developers weren't intentionally trying to disband half of their game. And I don't care who tries to make it seem like, oh, well, they're just not that type of game anymore, Steel. They grew into something else. They let you know. No. In what reality does this make sense? Why is it only certain games can be two things? And again, I feel like maybe we should have more appreciation for what Halo's been able to do. Maybe we should have more appreciation of what COD has been able to do. These games that do multiplayer and single player, and both of them have to be the top notch of the notch. And if they're not, it is a problem. But Bungie gets passes for all the monetization strategies, for all the pass. Well, I mean, they're still going to get passes because it's like people, I mean, again, I've heard people talk about it. You're getting this stuff to support the devs. But I mean, they've monetized the game so much to this point, and they're still not making money to support themselves?
No.
What is that? Like, guys, can somebody help me get out of this quicksand that I feel like that I'm in? I'm gonna throw a rope. I'm gonna pull it out of my pocket.
Nah, sink.
Oh, okay.
Just sink. Just sink, Steel. It's over with. It's been a good run.
Damn.
It's been fantastic. You've got your memories of Prime Destiny 2, right? You got your memories. You played your hours, you put your time in. It's just,
it is what it is, man.
Things come to an end, bro.
Maybe I'll just be the old man yelling at the moon.
Yep, mate.
I Hey, I'm having a Pong
eventually.
moment.
You're gonna turn into me eventually, bro.
Shout out to MF Great dropping the 5 splitter memberships.
Oh, did he really?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at Mach 3.5. I need you to pay attention to those attendants as they walk around and check your 4-point harnesses. We got to keep you strapped in, so make sure those are buckled down tight, because you can see that we have gotten a bag of coal from the motherfucking Great. That's right. He came on the court with the easy 5 layup, keeping us ad-free in 2024, adding another car of splitters. Welcome aboard, all you new splitters, to the hype train. That's right. We are rolling along. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Get buckled in and get ready. The day's not over with yet. Your tour has just begun. That's right. Enjoy, everybody. Thank you, MF Great. Appreciate you so much.
And Dixie, to answer your question, he says, still, who's giving passes to Bungie? 3 people around the world. Everyone is crapping on Bungie. How many people does Bungie actively have playing it when a DLC drops, and have had that for the last 5 years at least?
Oh, they got passes early on, like I said. The illusion was that Bungie was great and that Microsoft was bad and that Activision was bad and that, Bungie deserved better, right? That was the idea.
That's
right?
been an ongoing thing. So we won't act brand new. And again, I was defending Bungie. Hey, maybe it is, that maybe they aren't under good man. Maybe it is Activision. Maybe it was Microsoft. It can't be Bungie. They're making a good game. Oh, and then you start taking things away and giving excuses for it.
Yeah.
And then you have your player base excusing, oh man, the PvE content is great, guys. We don't need PvP no more. Don't worry about that. Well, PvP has problems? Oh man, who cares about that? It is what it is.
Yeah.
It is interesting to see things play out the way that they have for Bungie being under PlayStation. I just would have liked to see PlayStation get a little bit more involved in what they have been. Again, I do think that this is not just like, but similar to the Redfall situation when they came in, were having whatever issues that they needed to, I don't know, maybe bring some people on. Maybe Sony needed to send some people to get some quality control in line. Around the first kind of couple DLC drops, expansions, or DLC and expansion that we're releasing, to put them on the right path. Maybe they needed some of this downsizing earlier on. You think it
was Bungie that Hiroki was talking about when he said love the creative work, but you guys don't know shit about business? Do you think it was Bungie that he went and looked at?
I honestly think, maybe. I honestly think it's everybody.
It is everybody.
I think it was Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog is just as guilty of that. Creating
people
working on something for 5+. I was just saying. I think Naughty Dog is just as guilty, just because you worked on something for 5+ years and you made it, quote unquote, something that is such a thing that it can't even exist in something that already exists. You created something that you didn't even have a big enough of a base to create this other monster that you wanted to make, right? And therefore forcing you to completely disband one entire side of what was part of your original game, right? So it's like, I even that, I think it goes all the way down, or Insomniac working on the multiplayer game, right? I think there's a lot of things that are happening in here as well that they may be coming in like stopping, or I really hope Hiroki didn't come in and say, hey, don't do that Spider-Man game, or hey, don't do factions anymore, or listen to Bungie. That's the main thing. It's like, then why else did you can't? If you wanted to have so many of these live service style games and you had diverse styled versions of these live service styles, these are things that do not exist out there. There's not a Spider-Man game that you can go play right now that is multiplayer that you can go play with your buddies. There's not a factions out there. The closest thing is either Uncharted multiplayer, from what I've heard from people, or Gears. Not factions plays like neither. It was its own thing. Not even, I couldn't even draw comparison to like a game like Grolf or Ghost Recon, right? It was its own thing. There isn't many good multiplayer third-person shooters out there, right? Then you have these guys come on, or whatever other live service games that you also had in the works that we didn't get any additional information on, that I have to now imagine were of decent styling or ilk, but those were allowed to be shelved or not be continuing to be worked on. But you want games and content that is going to speak to a wider audience and help you expand your base and help you get more players, more monthly active users on your platform, because it's not just about the hardware, as we've also discussed about before, and these companies continue to keep saying. But my fault, Paul. Go ahead.
No. I was gonna say that Naughty Dog, obviously was also probably in Hiroki's target, because they with contract they had contracted support come in to work on Last of Us 2, and we know they had around 1,200 people work on a single player game that wasn't monetized at all, right?
Yeah.
So I could so I can imagine
that's not the problem. Like,
yeah. This is this is the industry wide. Again, this is a coming to Jesus moment for the industry. We've seen tons of games being bloated. You could even look at 2K. You could look at Rockstar right now. Yes, they have the unicorn. They have GTA 6. It's going to be a massive success no matter what.
There's nothing,
but potentially spending $500 million to $1 billion on one game. What are we doing? Where are we going?
We're getting rumors that the game might not be as impressive as we're hoping, which I doubt. With Red Dead 2 coming out the way that it did years after,
their lineage.
It definitely says otherwise. If you're here to believe what some of the rumors are spinning out,
I'm not going to listen to that shit. Whatever. But I'm just saying, where does it end? And I think the industry's taking a hard look at this.
Rodney,
overall, that these teams have gotten bloated, that the development pipeline, that we were talking about, the old games that were, again, made with, 1/20th of the people that currently make a game, and, 1/10 of the budget. And they were putting out multiple games within a generation, right? I know everything's changed. I know everything's different, but as we've also talked about, the tech is even easier to work with nowadays than what they had to work with back then. They're not making as many different versions of these games as they used to, where every single console was a different version because the architecture was completely alien from each other, right? They were all different. Like, there's so many gives and takes, right? Mm-hmm. But this industry has to figure this out, and they have to get control of what they're doing internally. And we're seeing the fallout of a lot of this stuff, that this isn't sustainable. This just can't happen anymore. We heard this week too that Xbox is forming its own, smaller team within Blizzard to work on AA projects based on a successful IP that they currently have, right? That they're going to work on these smaller projects. That's kind of where the industry needs to get back to, because AA nowadays,
have your big games,
we were talking about last night, looks like AAA. It's just going to be a smaller experience. But back in the day, we got janky AA, which I love,
bro.
Right? Janky AA games, but now, shit, AA just means smaller.
I am 1,000% behind the idea of taking your popular IP and creating branches off that IP. And still having your main line be whatever you want it to be, however long it's going to take to make it, great. But take the example of Spider-Man again.
Yes.
They're rumoring to break the next Spider-Man game up to 3 different parts. That is a trash ass idea. Instead of doing that, why don't you just create one 60-hour experience, as an example, DLC, expansion, everything included. And then over the years, you have again, to what we're speaking to, a smaller team that can work on the branching to eventually you get to a point to where maybe you do this multiversal thing, or maybe you like Halo can do the exact same thing. If right now they started and said, hey, Halo the Endless is the next mainline Halo game, but we're going to have Certain Affinity make this Team Osiris third person Halo game, and we're going to have these people, another team in the 343, make this more ODST focused style, and then we're going to have this other team that to make a Halo, to make another Halo Wars, right? You just start kind of branching it out from there, and then when Endless drops, now you have all this kind of content that has just been kind of every other year, keeping it in the stratosphere of conversation, keep it expanding out the universe, really digging deeper into that bag, and I think that's where you find the money that you're missing. Sure, you're going to have to spend some money, but this will allow that creativity to get back to what we were looking for. There's no reason why, at least not in my eyes. And again, I'm not trying to say that people should lose their jobs, but when there's 1,000 people working on one game, and again, I know games you got to maintain them and everything else. But going back to Destiny, I just don't see why there's 1,000 people working on the game. Well, there's not now, especially, but 800 people working on one game, and you still have the issues that you're facing. That's something that would need instant turnaround for me. If I was at the top, I was like, I need some more people to step down, because y'all obviously haven't had it together for a while. There is something that isn't catching here. Whether it's the art design, whether it's creativity, whether it's just good direction. Because a lot of the times it probably is just good direction. That's what just makes all of this just feel so off. Especially when we move into the future. But there is so much potential of trying to refine things down. As bad as this time is, with all the loss that we're seeing, again, Intel's doing the same thing, and Intel is one of the most profitable fucking companies that is out there, especially with how they tax folks on their product. But even with Intel cutting their 1,500 people, or was it 1,500 or 15,000? No, I think it was 15,000, actually. I think Intel cut 15,000, it ended up being 17,000.
What I was for 10, but then it jumped up. I think overall that they were doing more, but yeah, they did.
Bro,
yeah,
you were that bloated?
No, they just didn't pan out. Where they.
I mean, I know
money,
they were planning on other things happening, but
it didn't work what they were trying to do.
Intel was also has been doing some very questionable shit for years, in the sake of competition, but no, just in the sake of fucking trying to make money. But even that is just crazy. But to go back into the gaming thing, because I don't think Intel necessarily applies in this facet. Getting back into the gaming thing, I do think that there has to be a way that we can bring down cost without necessarily giving up value. Especially with all the games like Wukong that are coming out, that where they start off being made by a solo dev, couple devs, and then they get a team of 30, 40 people, and they are able to expand this game out and really hammer out all the ideas. I think there should be more possibilities of that. And if that's possible, then maybe that's where we do need to start looking at. That's where the creativity starts coming back into the scene, right? But that is where I think we'll end up finding the additional funds and whatnot, is if we're able to get that kind of strategy off.
Well, I agree, and I think that's what the smaller team underneath Blizzard that they're talking about has the potential to do. Now we'll see how it works out, but I think the large publishers too. And about piggybacking off of your point here, Steele, with what's been shown in the industry to work over these past few years, especially when you got your Pal Worlds, right?
Yeah.
You've got you got your Stellar Blades, right? Yeah. You've got the big publishers really should, in my opinion, again, it's just my opinion, take a look at how those things come about, right? Like you said, Steele, starting out smaller teams, right? Coming up with an idea, as the idea kind of flourishes,
Appreciate you.
as they seem to start having something really gel together, and they start seeing the vision, and the vision's coming together, you start adding to that team, right? You start bringing on more people. This is much like what Obsidian did with Grounded, right?
Yeah.
I think that the big publishers really do have to start looking at that model and going, how can we replicate this in the corporate setting, right? How can we replicate this in the big umbrella type settings of a Microsoft Xbox, right? Of a PlayStation. How can we do this? This is something Nintendo also does, and I think that Jez was speaking to that when he talked about this smaller team underneath Blizzard, and then he gave greater context that there has been this focus, this initiative within Xbox to start having, and it's something that we talked about with all the acquisitions too that we thought could start to work. You get all this talent, and you got all these teams, and they're all separate. And you got your Bethesda, and ZeniMax, you got your Activisions, you got your Blizzards, you got your Xbox Game Studios, you got all these teams, but they're all underneath the family. They're all in the family. Why can't you have collaboration? Yeah. And that's what they're starting to do. And this is what Nintendo does with their teams internally as well when they make games. Sure, you have separate teams that work on certain IP or that doing their thing, but when you have all this talent, why not have, oh, hey, some people from Coalition come over, like we've heard, and help out, right? Why not, like we found out recently, State of Decay, right? They had Obsidian come in and help them with their persistent open world that they're going for, their shared worlds, because obviously Obsidian has had great success doing this, and all of a sudden Obsidian is helping State of Decay. If they can get this to work out seamlessly and obviously not affect other projects that are going on, but if you can get this system to work out, that's a part of it too, right? And I think that a lot of this industry has been shown now with the indie scene, with these small teams making games coming out of nowhere that look like AAA games that are competing on the AAA level. Even Arrowhead with Helldivers 2 showed a lot of people a way forward because they're not a big team either. Right. I think the big publishers really do need to take a look at that, Steele, as part of this revisioning of a restructuring of what became this bloated monster development process, scaling it back and finding ways creatively with smaller teams, at least starting out, to develop the game initially up front and then getting bigger as you see it gel, as you see the vision come together. Okay, now we need X amount more devs here. Now, and doing it, parsing the talent out that way versus let's throw 500 people at this thing from the get-go, and then let's bloat it to 900 when we get to final development, and then the game comes out and it doesn't have any success, and you had all this overhead. Why not try to scale it back a little bit and start small and then grow it out as needed?
Especially with one IP. You know what I mean? Reusing assets, whatever, especially nowadays, like that has to be, at least in my eyes, the best direction for you to go. Makes everything so much easier to access, much more communication happening. We want to get this thing to where this side of the fence doesn't know what the other side of the fence has going on, or what the house has going on from the yard. Having too many cooks in the kitchen. Yes, 100%. That as well. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
It's just,
I think it's interesting. It's fascinating what we're going to see, because I think there is going to be massive changes to how the industry makes games going forward, AI included, right? We already know AI is already starting to spring up, and it's just going to get more and more involved here because, like, the higher ups, free labor. AI is free labor to them. They're going to use it every which way they possible, and I think there's obviously going to be detrimental situations that AI brings about as far as the human cost, the human worker. But there's also going to be benefits to game development and how they can streamline this process and get better at doing this, and potentially quicker and cheaper games coming out on a regular basis, which is better for everybody so that the industry can settle in and not be so volatile. Yes, there's going to be massive upheaval, changes. We're already seeing it through that, but maybe then eventually can get to a stable point where these companies see the risk reward, and don't freak out at every turn, and don't overhire, and really get to a point where everybody's like can be secure that's in the industry at that point. We'll see. Cross our fingers.
Or what they could do instead, Pong, is they could just delay their games until the next year from now on.
Oh,
like they're doing with Avowed, being delayed into February to give players backlog some breathing room. This article is going to be coming from PC Gamer. I think I had to throw that transition in there because, one, I know it's going to be a little bit of a quicker topic because I know, well, maybe. I know you're definitely going to be a little bit more passionate about this than I am. But I guess we'll see. Chat, let us know how you feel about Avowed being delayed into February to give players some breathing room. This is coming from PCGamer.com. This article was written by Ted Litchfield. This article says, I just want to make sure, because Xbox did put out a post on Twitter, on X, which I thought this was ironic. I didn't think this was real at first, so I kind of ignored it. And then I saw more people like bringing it up, retweeting it. I saw in the DMs. I was like, and I started, and then I looked at the list. I was like, why is Avowed in February? That was coming out this year. And I looked at the list again. I was like, it's in February. That's crazy. But they put out a post on X that said, so many games coming. As such, we're moving Avowed to February 18th, 2025 to give players backlogs and breathing room. Stay tuned for more from our games across Activision, Blizzard, Bethesda, and Xbox Game Studios at Gamescom, including our August 23rd live stream for a look at Avowed. Now, Xbox is supposed to have a huge presence at Gamescom from what I've heard and from what I've seen.
Games, yeah, they're gonna have the biggest show that they've had. Yes, and
so
they're telling everybody to tune in as well.
So just the idea of that is interesting. So that's not even including what's on this screen right now. You got World of Warcraft update, Age of Mythology Retold, Aura, Diablo 4's expansion, Vessel of Hatred, Black Ops 6, Flight Simulator 2024, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Shattered Space, Towerborn, Avowed, South of Midnight, Doom: The Dark Ages, and Fable. That's not including things from that. Although I think there's supposed to be some games that you'll be able to play and whatnot, try out during Gamescom as well. But it goes in to say, the original story from August 1st, according to the Verge Notepad newsletter, users may encounter a paywall on Microsoft Happenings. Obsidian's first-person action RPG Avowed is about to get delayed into 2025. The game itself is supposedly in good shape to meet its original November release window, but Microsoft is sheepish about overcrowding its holiday release schedule. The Verge cites Stalker 2's delay into November as a potential motivating factor for the Avowed delay. Despite GSC Game World not being owned by Microsoft, Stalker 2 will be an Xbox and PC exclusive coming to Game Pass day one, at least for premium subscribers. Also, coming this fall from Microsoft, Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, Call of Duty Black Ops 6, and Diablo 4's first expansion, Vessel of Hatred. The move makes more sense when you consider how much Microsoft has bet the farm on Game Pass, with the publisher removing pressure from an already crowded fall and instead giving subscribers something to look forward to in the doldrums of January and February. Also worth considering is the planned November release of the Dragon Age The Veilguard, which got its big reveal as part of Microsoft's Summer Showcase. While the dynamics at play are very different from last year's Starfield vs. Baldur's Gate 3 matchup, avoiding another such stark RPG head-to-head may have also been on the decision-maker's mind. Avowed has been cooking for a long time, with initial pre-rendered announcement trailer in 2020. The first-person spin-off to it scrolled down, sorry. The first-person spin-off to the Pillars of Eternity looks like it could be something special, with its vibrant fantasy environments expertly evoking the Pillars game's pre-rendered worlds. It was, however, recently revealed that Obsidian went back to the drawing board on Avowed's combat, making it more juicy in response to the criticism of its initial reveal. Now, I do want to give a little bit of a revision here. When they say they went back to the drawing board, they didn't like revamp it from the ground up. They just went in and made it feel better to play. That's what they mean by this. So when you put it in this statement, it makes it seem like they had to completely rework it. Maybe that was part of this delay. Now, for me personally, you know, a delayed game is always a good game. Now, make it more personal. Now, if this was like a game like Gundam Breaker 4 being pushed back, and again, I'm actually excited because I thought Gundam Breaker 4 wasn't going to come out until December. It's coming out in August, at 28th of August to be exact. That's an exciting thing to see, right? So maybe I don't know the how torture feels when it comes to things like this. My game getting pushed back. Hey, Gears got pushed back, so maybe that counts. But I also haven't expected for it to release anytime soon, so there's that as well. But to make it more personal, I can definitely see how the reasoning for Stalker 2 to be partly why they could have pushed this date back is really strange to me. Now, the reasoning that they want to fill out more of the beginning of the year for their cadence makes much more sense, right? Now, say what you will about that, but I do believe that Game Pass does need to have some form of consistency in its cadence between first, second, and third party. But when you just stick to the fact of, hey, well, maybe Stalker was a potential of this push. And I do hope that it's more so they needed to just get some more refinement in, some more polishing. Again, the Starfield effect. Sure, could Starfield have released the year prior? From the way that it released when I played it, I don't think so. But could it have potentially? Sure. Was it better for the delay? Yes, I think so. I think it would have been good with another delay as well. But these games do need to release at some point. It can't be delayed into forever. And I do think that with Obsidian being under Xbox and not just being a Bethesda-owned thing, because if this was just a ZeniMax publishing this, then I'm guaranteed that this game still would have came out this year, no matter what, right? If it's in a good state, it's getting put out there. But because it's under the Xbox brand, under Microsoft, and Microsoft is trying to make an active effort on reining in on their quality for their games, especially with games that are released in the Game Pass, because I do get kind of tired of the thing that people say, oh, it's Game Pass fodder. Like even Flintlock kind of fits into that a little bit, not necessarily on the fodder side, but more so like it has its quirks and has its issues. Again, it's a AA game, so I'm not going to like, ooh, Game Pass is the reason this AA game is not that great, or this is where you get your AA games at. Although I think that would be a great idea, but and we do get a lot of that ends up happening. But I do think with Obsidian being under Xbox, it just gives them additional room to really refine the experience that they're trying to go for, especially with them adding third person in now. That's not something from what I remember they did in their previous games outside of, New Vegas, where I think that there was an option there. But I think that's always been a thing in Fallout. Not always the best looking thing, but at least an option. But for them to go from, hey, we're going to do a first person experience to giving you the option for third person and taking a lot of those things into consideration, I wouldn't mind them going in and continue to refine some things. Maybe they'll refine it to the point where it'll run real great on the Series S, because that seems to be the problem as well. But I don't think Stalker, I mean, again, I think there's a lot of these games that can release side by side with each other and are part of completely different audiences. I do think Avowed and Stalker fit into that as differences. They're not so much alike that one's going to pull from the other. Now, I do think, though, that there are single player games that pull players away from other single player games. And there are a mixture of people who would play both that would have to make a choice. So this could be a great option, again, just for Xbox to get their cadence in line. Now, I think it's good. Delay the game. If you need more time, Again, I know you can't delay it indefinitely, so there's that with it. But they did seem like they were pretty confident about 2024. They kept saying 2024 in their interviews, although they wouldn't hammer out a date. But again, the overcrowded nature of it, I don't know. Pong, I know you feel a little bit more strongly about this. Vow was one of your more anticipated games of this year. And again, if it was Gundam Breaker 4 getting delayed, maybe I'd be a little sad. But I know it'd be a better game for it. I mean, again, I'm not getting any closed beta tests that are happening on Steam. So maybe I should be a little worried for how the game's going to play on Steam. But I'm not really worried about it. Nonetheless, get back to Avowed. How do you feel about the delay of Avowed going into February, it not really being a official announcement? It was more like a, hey, by the way, kind of thing that ended up happening. And then all the follow-up that's kind of happened after.
Yeah. Yobi, let me know if it's still crackling. I was on mute, so it shouldn't have been crackling at all. Anyways, sometimes when I touch it, it happens. But let me know if it's still happening, because I'll try to reset it or something again. I gotta buy a new cord. I'm gonna buy it here. This thing. Yeah, I'm taking it. I started this a week ago. You guys, if you heard me last week, you already know I'm taking the selfish entitled gamer route on this one. I'm sorry. You guys know I understand the business side of this. Obviously, I've certainly talked about that before with any games. And of course, you all know that I'm for delaying a game that needs it. This is not the case at all. Okay. They're not saying this is the case at all, Steel. So I'm gonna take them at face value.
Right.
The fact is this is a self-created problem by Xbox by not having the lineup in the first half of the month or first half of the year and loading everything up in the back end of the year, as they have been doing consistently for a very long time. All right. So I'm taking so you guys get upset at the entitled selfish gamer. It's coming out here. Yeah, but again, if I could certainly speak on the other side of it. And yes, I understand all the reasons why they're doing it, and it's all perfectly reasonable why you would move Avowed out. Avowed is my most anticipated first-party title out of Xbox this year. I already went through this with Starfield. I'm sick of my games getting delayed. Okay?
That's fair.
As I get older, I understand more and more the phrase, tomorrow is never promised. I can't tell you where things are going to be in February. Okay? Some of you, I'm sure, can. That's fantastic. I am blessed to have lived as long as I already have, coming up on 50 next year, right? I don't know where things are going to be in February. So I want my things now. If it was a case where this game needed more polishing and needed to sit in the oven longer, great, fine. Do what you got to do. Yes, of course, I'd rather have a better game come out. But that's not their reasoning. Their reasoning is completely 100%. We got too many games. We got too many games coming out. We just can't give you guys all these games. Oh my God. Bullshit. Okay? Bullshit. You can. As Steele said, there is no problem here. Stalker 2 is going to be wildly successful on its own because there's a passionate fan base that has been waiting on a new Stalker game for a long time. We know the story behind GSC Game World and what they've been through. Yes, it's coming into Game Pass, but yes, a ton of people are still going to buy the game just to support GSC Game World.
Yeah.
Stalker 2 is going to be fine. Avowed is going to be Game Pass. We already know. Okay. I've seen people try to say, oh, but they need, Avowed's got to sell well. Where is Avowed going to sell well?
Yeah, I don't think
Avowed is what it is. It's Avowed is what Avowed is. It's coming into Game Pass.
Yeah.
We already know the drill. The vast majority of people are going to play Avowed through Game Pass. Microsoft knows this. Xbox knows this. I didn't design Game Pass as a subscription service. They did. It's not my problem. I'm a gamer here, and that's where I'm speaking from. I want to play my games. I am a grazer. I will play multiple games in the same month. I don't give a shit how many games there are. I wanted to play Avowed this year. I was looking forward to Avowed, and now I got to wait. And not only wait till just January, but February. Why February? Why not January? Does Stalker 2 really need 3 months?
Also,
it doesn't. Why not January? Why February? And what's going to be funny, as Mav brought up, is come February 2025, when a bunch of third parties drop their big games in February around Avowed. What are you going to do? Wait for the perfect time? This is a self-created problem by Xbox.
No, yeah,
Booty has talked about it openly and publicly. I'm not stating anything Booty hasn't said. Booty said one of his main problems was figuring out how to get all these games out. Well, Booty, you better start fucking figuring it out. Because again, as an Xbox gamer who has supported this ecosystem, who has bought many games, who has been in the Game Pass now for a very long time, right? I went through 2022 along with everybody else at Xbox. Can't we get 1 year where the Xbox gaming ecosystem and all the people who are in the Xbox gaming system go, fuck, man, they just dropped too many games on us this year? Don't you think we might deserve that a little bit from the first party big AAA game section? I'm also not the one who told Phil to come out and say, we want one big AAA game per quarter every single year. I didn't make him say that. He said that. When is that going to start happening? And if you backlog it by the end of the year because you can't get the games out in the first half of the year, that's not my problem. Drop all the fucking games. If they're ready, drop the fucking games. I'm done. I'm tired. I just want to play my games, man. Again, I understand all the rest. Again, I'm not hurting for games. I have more games to play than I can even play right now.
I was gonna say the
That
chat trying to fire you up. Chat's when did you beat out the Outer Worlds, Pong? You're just gonna play Avowed for 2 hours and never play it again.
Oh no. I play those games for a lot longer. So I've got 40 plus hours in Outer Worlds. So anyways, I love Obsidian. I want their games. And I know how you guys are gonna take this, but I am tired. I'm tired of this situation. We finally have the avalanche that we all told when everybody else was out here dooming, and I'm obviously not doom and glooming. Obsidian's not dead. Xbox ain't dead. That shit. They got a great problem. To have too many games, they got a great problem. They got the problem that we talked about for years and years while everybody else was dooming and glooming. We were out here shouting from the rooftops. What do you think? They're going to have an avalanche of fucking games because they have so many studios right now making so many games. All you people that sit out here and said forever, Xbox got no games, Xbox got no games. Now they got too many games. It's a great problem to have for Xbox. But as the consumer, right, as the gamer, I want the games when they're ready. I don't care about your problem getting games out in the first half of the year. I don't care about that's your problem. I want my first party AAA game from Obsidian, one of my favorite studios, to drop this year as was planned. That's period, point blank. So I'm taking the selfish entitled gamer out. I don't care. All you guys can sit out here and say, oh, you're just lucky we get anything from Game Pass. You're just lucky we get anything from Xbox. It's a miracle games are made. Just be happy that it's coming out anytime. Fuck you. No. When it comes to this shit, I'm not. I went through this with Starfield. I want fucking Avowed in 2024. I want Phil to drop off all the gifts. Okay? And say Merry fucking Christmas to all the Xbox gamers who've gone through this generation, who had a year like 2022 where you guys got done. Congratulations. Here you go. We're making it up to you this year. And what are you going to do, Booty? Are you going to keep stockpiling games until next generation in 2026? Is this the plan? Are you going to put them on ice till 22? How many games are you going to delay next year? What happens if Grand Theft Auto 6? I brought this up last night. I want you guys to start thinking about this. We know the lineup next year now, right? Avowed, South of Midnight.
GTA 6
right?
ain't coming out.
Doom. Stop, Steele. We don't know that. It could.
It's not.
Avowed, Doom, South of Midnight, and Fable. When do you think Fable's planned? Probably the end of next year, right?
End
Big
of the
game.
year. Mm-hmm.
Let's say GTA 6 makes their run next year. Booty's already talked about it. Oh, we got to be ready for GTA 6. We got to be conscious of GTA 6 launching. What are you going to do? Push Fable to 2026? Because you can't drop it around GTA 6? How many games are you going to put on ice? When you got Contraband, might be ready next year. Clockwork Revolution might be ready next year as well. What are you going to do with those games? Push them out to 2026? Now we're coming up potentially to your next gen launch. You got there was rumors, Steel, that Gears E-Day was going to be ready in 2025.
Maybe.
What are you going to do?
Summer.
Keep putting these games on ice? You have to clear the decks. You have to drop these games. You have Call of Duty is, yes, a first-party title. Yes, it's coming to Game Pass. But Call of Duty's been coming out every fucking year for the past decades. That doesn't count, okay? That doesn't count. You drop your shit. They had the gall to put the World of Warcraft expansion in that graphic, Steel. Come on, man.
Yeah. That's not even a... yeah, okay.
Come on, bro. Like... What are we doing? Right? Honestly, again, I freaking am so hyped for Age of Mythology to come out. But come on, man. I know it's a niche. It's RTS. Okay? Flight Sim. I'm even excited to go back to re-download Flight Sim and play around with it. But come on, man. That ain't part of like the massive lineup. We like to count them. Yes, they're first party. Yes, it's great. But we all know Aura is going to be PC only. Why you put this out the graphic like you're dropping all this shit like that everybody's going to be playing?
It's going to be on console. Yeah, I didn't get that.
We all know that people like the big AAA first party games, and Avowed was your big one this year along with Indiana Jones, and we're not even sure for sure. Now there's rumors that Indiana Jones is coming out sooner than later. That would be great. I'm super hyped for Indiana Jones. Want to play it. But we're not even locked in on Indiana Jones. I just really wanted Avowed. So yes, am I being selfish and entitled here? Of course I am. I am self-aware of this and what it sounds like. Of course I am. But I do believe that Xbox has shown a history of having problems of getting a reliable cadence of their games out. And now we're to the point, now that they are firing on a lot of their cylinders, now that they have all this IP and they have all these games coming out, now they're going to come out with the excuse, we got too many games. We got too many games, folks. Oh, we really got to move. What?
All right.
No.
I'm going to address the chat real quick. Because Boney, Opalog, anybody who's new here, if you consider this being a wine fest, then maybe this isn't the place. This may not be the place for you. I'm going to tell you right now. Firstly, welcome. Appreciate you guys tuning in, because we don't sit here. I'm not going to mute you and block you and tell you to shut up and all the other crazy shit that other people do, and try to silence people. I don't care about any of that. But we do like to have cordial conversation here. Sure, you cannot agree with somebody's take and everything, and that's much appreciated. We love hearing the opposite opinions. We have people in chat all the time who give their side of what they feel is going on, what they're into, what they're not. First, starting with if you don't finish Avowed within a week of its release, I'll be back to call you out. I mean, I'll let Pong address it, but I'll just tell you like this. This isn't one of those places where if you're looking for somebody who beats games, sure, you can look to me if that's what you're searching for on this podcast. But even I will admit to you that I haven't beat every game that I've ever played. Hasn't happened. I don't think that also determines whether you can talk about games on any certain level. Don't, right? We've been doing this for way too long and have way too much experience with games in totality to think that has to be the case every time. Now, again, we're not giving complete reviews of these games. We're not saying that these games are bad or good or this or that or whatever else the case might be. We are having a conversation about the gaming industry with our personal twist on it. That's the whole purpose of Living Split Screen, right? We stand on the things that we believe in. We stand on the things that we're saying. So for anybody in chat to feel like, oh, you're just saying things, or anybody that's out there that ends up listening to this, and I want this to be known by everybody, because there's been a huge misrepresentation of who the fuck y'all think I am. or who y'all think we are. And if there's anybody that you have to question about whether they're being true to how they feel and their opinion, it's not here. I don't think it's on the fun with the Fun Speculation family either. Thank you, Yobi. I appreciate you reminding me. I don't think it's with a lot of the people that we concern ourselves with or that I care for. Now, if you think that it is, hey man, it's your opinion. You're not in my party chats. You're not chopping it up with me. You're not seeing what's good with me in the DMs. Matter of fact, a lot of y'all dudes get in my DMs and that corny as fuck. I'm not about that shit. Last dude I had in my DMs when we knew that he was doing some bot shit, I don't care what proof that you have, because the only other thing that I'm gonna get you to do is pull out your bank statements and show me what you're investing into your business. Because I know you consider your podcast a business. And if you don't, I'm still not going to ask you to show you my show me your bank statements, because I don't give a fuck that much. But what I won't do is off of playful talk, have people come to my DMs as an example, or anywhere, and thinking they can just say whatever, feel however, and do whatever the fuck they want. Because the last person who came to my DMs on some corny shit tried to act like they knew where my location was at. And I don't play about that. Whether you think y'all it's funny or not. Because I'm not the dude to pull up on. Don't play about my privacy, and I don't mind telling y'all where I live at. What city? I've said it here multiple times. I'm proud of my city. You got big greats that came out of my city. But I don't tolerate corny bullshit. I don't. And if you're not going to be in the chat, you're not going to be cordial, you're not going to be able to talk without being so up your own ass about however you feel, I'm just going to be the first one to tell you the only person that's being truly emotional here is you. Because nobody here has to put on some pretend mask and play in the street to get people's attention. We do this on a week-to-week basis because we love the industry. It's not about the money. It's not about growing to millions of people. Sure, would we like to do that? Yes. But I know that takes work, takes effort, takes a grind. We got real shit going on in the background. Everybody does. But if this can be a safe space for people to come in where we are non-console centric, to where you can be a Nintendo fan, Xbox fan, PC fan, Xbox fan. You can be whatever gaming kind of fan that you want to be, and just come in here and just have casual conversation, for better or for worse. And know that you're not going to be left out unless you start acting crazy, saying wild shit. Again, I'm gonna let Paul speak to it, but if you're just going to try to get on my co-host, my brother, my confidant, just because he doesn't beat exactly every game that he plays, look, I feel you. I can even hear some of that. But I guarantee you that you don't even have an inkling of the knowledge that my brother has when it comes to chopping it up about the gaming industry, and I know that you ain't fun to talk to. Because we know that it's not all about that. It's just like the people who care about achievements and trophies and shit. It's the dumbest shit. It's just the dumbest conversation. Unless we're going to get into a lobby and we're going to 1v1, the conversation does not need to get any deeper than that. What do you have to prove? Are we here to talk about games, play games, and have fun? Or we here to be sassy like high schoolers, like middle schoolers? I'm not here to be sassy. Slay, bitch, if that's what you into. I'm here to chop it up with my brother about the gaming industry, to get the chat involved, have good conversation, and just go from there, man. And everybody who enjoys it, they enjoys it. Everybody who don't. And it's nothing but love to anybody else out there that either appreciates us or don't. So Hey, much love to everybody who's tuning in. But Pong, I mean, what do you have to say about some of these things? 'Cause I know you see some of this sometimes, and just needs to be addressed.
Oh man, I was actually expecting it. If anybody would listen to my Avowed talks over the past couple of weeks, I was expecting. Again, you got self-appointed gatekeepers in this community who somehow think they can tell people how to speak and what to speak about. If you guys, anybody listening who doesn't listen to us on a regular basis and doesn't understand where we're coming from, I don't give a shit about any of the clowns on either side of the console war. Guess what, folks? The console war is over. Console war is over. All three companies are doing different business models. All three companies are currently running their own games. The console war is done. Go ahead, keep fighting this imaginary fucking war. I don't give a shit. I don't talk to you guys, right? I don't talk about you guys other than a call. Generally speaking, I never liked the clown shows on both sides about this console war. Listen, I have been straight up since day one. When I came out of the podcasting scene, I was never about that. And I haven't been. I give my loyalty to nobody outside of my fucking wallet. Nobody. No company earns my loyalty. I have my favorites each and every single generation of who I think is giving me the biggest benefits as a gamer. And that's it. I ended my loyalties after the Dreamcast went away. When I found out, right? That's it. I don't own a single Sony device because they're not currently making anything that I think is worthy of going and buying a PlayStation 4. So I'm not invested in PlayStation outside of buying their game here like Ghost of Tsushima or Helldivers 2 on the PC. That's it. So I have never been untruthful about who I am as far as finishing games. Jesus Christ. I've labeled myself as the fucking grazer. I come on here and tell y'all, I don't finish fucking games. If I finish a game, it is a rare feat for me. Never lied about that. Never tried to present myself as somebody who completes games and who comes on here and talks as if I finished the game and that I know everything about the ending and all. Never. Never once. Unless I have truly beat the game. Never. I'm about as real as it can get. I'm too old to care what any of y'all think. I come on here and talk about what I want to talk about. I told you guys last week I was going to be the disgruntled guy if Avowed got delayed. Okay? That's why I'm self-aware. That's why I said I'm being the selfish, entitled gamer. Abso-freaking-lutely I am this time around. I could still speak on the other side and tell you why it makes all the sense in the world, and it is fine for them to do this. But I chose this game because I went through the Starfield shit that I didn't want to lose Avowed this year, that I wanted to play Avowed this year. And no, I wouldn't finish Avowed in the first week. No, I may never finish Avowed. I don't care. It's still a game I wanted to experience. I play games to get the experience of that world. I don't need to complete games to feel like I've played a game. That's not why I do it, man, because I love too many games and too many different ways of finding a new memory to create. And I don't want to miss out on worlds. So I don't finish games. I play as many as I want to play. And if I do, I tell you about it. So I don't care what you guys think. I didn't care. Again, the whole pony bot shit and all that kind of stuff. Man, get the fuck out. That's not me. Don't care. I'm going to speak how I speak. I've always been straight from the heart. When it comes to my opinions, I ain't always right. I've told you guys from the beginning, it's all opinions. It's all bullshit. I don't speak on anything factually as if I'm the only person who knows something. I'm giving you my opinion every single fucking time. That's why Steele and I welcome different opinions in this chat. Why we've always encouraged it no matter what, even when we disagree, it's never mattered. So go take yourself somewhere else. There's plenty of other channels out there that will give you one side 24/7. Go find them. There are thousands of channels. It's easy to do that type of content. You're never going to find it here, right? Never going to find a living split screen. We're always going to tell you how we feel about certain cases. And again, I am self-aware of what I'm doing with Avowed. Trust me.
Yeah.
Call it whining, call it whatever you want to. Absolutely. I want to play Avowed in 2024, and I did not want it to be delayed. And I think that Xbox should drop all their fucking games that are ready. Yes, absolutely. That's how I feel. Is what it is, man. I love you all in the chat too. I love all the support in the chat. You all know who we are here at Living SplitScreen. I appreciate you, Steele, for piping in there. I wasn't even paying attention. You know when I'm going off.
I'm always looking at chat, man. I love the chat. Appreciate the chat. I
appreciate your words, brother. And obviously, again, we've been true to who we are. Again, we don't come on here again after almost 4 years of doing this. If we were fake in any way, shape, or form, you guys will all know it by now. Like, this is just who we are.
Yeah.
Agree with us, disagree with us, or anything in between. It's who we are, man. We came on here passionate to talk gaming, and we're going to talk about gaming as gamers, and we're going to talk about the business side. We're going to get into that kind of stuff too as well, but we're coming on here as gamers.
Yeah,
and I'm a gamer through and through. I don't care where the game is. I don't care who makes the fucking game. I don't care if it's good, it's good. I want to play it. And if I got an opportunity to try it out, I want to try it out. If it looks interesting to me, I want to try it out. That's who I am as a gamer. I don't care where it comes from.
That's what
I don't
everybody
care what
should
companies survive out of this whole shit. I don't care if I don't care if the entire gaming industry collapses and consolidates all down. If they are making one game out there that looks interesting, as I've always said, you'll probably find me, if I have access to it, playing it. That's just who I am.
Fair.
At the end of the day. So anyways, love you all.
Shout out to Bold Alpha Wolf with the 10 bones. He says, we're still on the cusp of great games hitting back to back. I agree with what Pong says. In essence, but look at when Forbidden West went up against Elden Ring. Xbox can't have that, Steel. And yeah, I mean, I do agree with that. I do agree they still need to be smart with how they release games. But if the excuse is that, oh, we're releasing Stalker 2 around that same time and we have this third party deal happening, like a 2-week separation isn't going to all of a sudden cause this wide separation in the player base on who's playing what game. People are going to make their choice regardless. And again, I agree on the delay, but I can also understand where Paul's coming from, because again, if it was my favorite game getting delayed, again, if Armored Core 6 would have been the best example. If Armored Core 6, if From Software would have came out with an update and said, oh, Armored Core is getting delayed, when me and Paul were getting hyped up to play Armored Core day one, pre-ordered and ready to go, I would have been fucking upset. I'd be like, what? Are you fucking serious? But again, it's all about the cadence. But they do need to hammer it down. And I see Nixon chat. He said that the console wars turned into everybody shitting on Star Wars Outlaws, which I thought was also funny.
Yeah.
It does look a little bit questionable. I did kind of the last little bit of gameplay that I've seen from Star Wars Outlaws has left me kind of like, I don't know, man. But you know, so great. I'll be in Ubisoft Plus playing those good old games, man. I'll get to try it out for quote unquote free. Man, what a steal. And it'll probably be even better by the time I try it at the end of this year, or around the time when Shadows comes out, Assassin's Creed. Man, these single player games are just getting better and better as I go, man. Look at us waiting for single player games.
Hey, man, it's going to be all good. Again, play Star Wars Outlaws or don't. If it doesn't appeal to you, it doesn't appeal to you. That last footage, though, I will tell you, was bullshit. That was a stealth mission, and they were using a stun gun. And they purposely went loud with a damn stun gun and broke the because you broke it was a failed mission is what it wound up being. But we've seen that in plenty of games through the years. If you are in a complete stealth mission and one of the objectives is to not raise the alarm, and you raise the alarm, the AI is gonna look wonky because now you're outside the bounds of what the mission was designed to be, and you're using a stun gun. So obviously the AI is not going to die as you're shooting it over and over again. It's being shocked. It's being stunned. But anyways, again, I don't have a problem with wonky AI. I never have had a problem with wonky AI. I'm playing Star Wars Outlaws because I think it looks fun as fuck. And it's giving an interesting twist on Star Wars as far as kind of in the seedy side of Star Wars. Mm-hmm. I want to see where they take that, and I want to see what you can pull off. So that's why I'm still interested in Star Wars Outlaws. I think, and I love Massive as a developer. I think they do great work.
Yeah, I do too.
And some of the stuff I've seen looks very, very good. So like you, Steel, I'll be joining Ubisoft Plus, and I'll be checking it out.
Yeah.
So yeah,
I mean, kind of eliminates that for me. For those who aren't and aren't going to be able to get a jump in again, I know on the console side that's not an option. I do suggest that you continue to
Xbox it is.
Oh yeah, true. You can't do. We can't get
Xbox
Ubisoft the premium tier of Ubisoft Plus though, where you get the games day and date.
Yeah.
Really?
Xbox offers, and PlayStation doesn't, but Xbox does. Yeah, you can buy into Ubisoft Plus through your Xbox. Yep.
Oh damn. Okay. Well, damn.
Yep.
Dope. Well, if you're able to do that, then that's fire. I didn't think it worked that way. I thought that was still a strictly PC thing.
Nope.
To where you get a day and date. Okay. Damn. That's fire. Well, if it's possible, you can get that on Xbox. Do that as well. I think that's super dope to do. Again, it helps you try out games. Again, you can try out both games within a month and decide whether you want to buy one or the other. I think that's a good option. I think I think this is one of the best options for like quote unquote demoing games that we've seen. And it's not just demoing it because you're getting the full version and get it for even longer.
You even get the early access.
And get early access. And that's what I get excited about. Give me some of that early access. I'm in there. So definitely check it out. Though.
Yeah, Nixie, it is confusing because the PlayStation has like it's got a select group of Ubisoft games that are included, but it's not Ubisoft Plus. You don't get the day. Xbox is the only console that has Ubisoft Plus, the full version where you can buy into it. It has always been confusing because of how they've advertised it, because PlayStation's advertised it, but the Ubisoft over there is a select version of the older Ubisoft games that you get. But on Xbox, you can actually subscribe to the full Ubisoft.
Yeah, it says here, yes, Ubisoft Plus is available on Xbox consoles and it offers access to over 70 Ubisoft games, including new releases on day one and additional content like expansions. That's crazy.
Yep.
And then Ubisoft Plus premium members also receive 20% off on games, DLC. Okay, so damn. Yeah, man. Hey, this is a really good incentive for Xbox players, bro. Again, I know $15 might be a lot on top of your current Game Pass subscription, but to try it out for a month,
even if you just look at this last half of the year, you'll get Assassin's Creed Shadows too, day one.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
for all the different games that you'll get in there.
Creed Shadows, you can go back and play Assassin's Creed Mirage if you didn't play that yet. You got Avatar sitting
DLC
in there, the full boat, right? So you get Star Wars.
True.
So like if you were that's why I waited, and I'm going to join it when Star Wars Outlaws comes out. But I'll probably carry it through the end of the year because I'll get Assassin's Creed. I'll get all that stuff, and I want to go back and play Avatar, and I want to go play Assassin's Creed Mirage as well. So I got plenty of stuff in there that I'm going to be checking out. And for like a 5-month run, 6-month run, or 4-month run, perfect. It's great. I'll spend what, 4 months times what, $18? Is it 18 or is it $18.99? Is it 19?
Ubisoft Plus, I thought last time I was subscribed was $14.99, unless they up the price.
Through Xbox, I think they upped the price. What is Ubisoft?
That was the last time I used it. It's been some time.
Ubisoft.
It's been at least 6 months since I've been. Last time I was subscribed was when Frontiers of Pandora came out.
Yeah, hold on for a second. Let me bring this up real quick. Hold on.
You stupid vandal.
What did he say?
He said, I'm buying Assassin's Creed Black Man in Japan day one.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God.
I'm going to be there day one as well.
$17.99 a month. So basically, I'll have it for 4 months because I'll probably run it through December, right? That'll give me plenty of time to get into Assassin's Creed Shadows, whatever else. 4 months times $18, so I'll spend $72 for the price of one game, right? I'll get the Ultimate Edition plus early access on Star Wars Outlaws, because some of the DLC probably will be out by then.
At least the first one.
Assassin's Creed Mirage. I'll get to play Avatar, and I'll get to play Assassin's Creed.
That's a good slew of games in 4 months.
For $72? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good slew of games.
One game?
Yeah.
For the price of one regular version, not the Ultimate. One regular version, yeah.
Yeah, and those are $100 games. So especially with the new pricing model.
And then I'll just wait for the rest of them to come on sale. If I want to really own Star Wars Outlaws, then I'll wait for that famous Ubisoft sale, right?
That's true.
Or Assassin's Creed Shadows, get it down the road.
Yeah, for me, seeing stuff like that is super dope because again, I probably end up beating those games by then, because but I also throw myself into games though. You know what I mean? So it's like I'll sit here and play the one game and that'd be my only game, but it's also schedule and everything else. So And that's not including if I have a good multiplayer game that I'm playing. Who knows? Who knows if I'm gonna be able to play any of that shit if I'm knee deep in Warhammer? Like I'm just fucking playing Space Marine 2 because that's still coming out. That hasn't been delayed. Well, it's been delayed. It's been pushed back a couple times, but that's coming out this year. And I don't know if I'm gonna be able to subscribe. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to play Assassin's Creed if I'm playing Space Marine. If that multiplayer is good, I'm telling you guys, I'm gonna be lost. I'm gonna be lost in the sauce. Well, we talked about that for a little bit. Do we want to get into the Xbox sales, console sale decline? As
we talk about it. We said we would talk about it. So
all right. So I guess we'll end it with this topic here, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely add your opinions and thoughts into this as well. This is going to be the Xbox console sales. The decline continues, but gaming revenue still sharply up year on year thanks to Activision Blizzard. This is coming from Eurogamer.net. This article is written by Tom Phillips. He's the editor-in-chief. It goes on to say, Microsoft's continued decline in Xbox console sales continued through the last financial quarter, the company has confirmed. In what is now a familiar pattern, and one not limited to Microsoft, revenue from gaming hardware fell again, this time by 42%. That's now further on the 31% fall reported back in April this year for the quarter before. Microsoft's gaming revenue overall was up by 44%, thanks to a significant boost from the addition of Activision Blizzard, which Microsoft bought for $68.7 billion before its last round of layoffs. With Activision, growth would have sat around 3%. Without Activision, growth would have sat around 3%. Okay. I want to pause here because I'm not about to continue to sit here and have people continue to try to separate Activision, ABK, out from Microsoft. The deal's through. They're a part of the same company now.
Yeah.
A profit is a profit.
Why they spent $70 billion.
This is the reason that they did it. I just don't get the concept of trying to find ways to be overly negative about them not being successful. Now, sure, without Activision, are they only up 3%? And could you speak to that and say, hey, what's going on there? And say that, man, use that as a talking point for your console strategy, or Xbox not having the focus on the console strategy, be the reasoning for this, and then use the college football game in GTA as bona fide metrics for why consoles matter. I don't know. Maybe you could. I don't think that's the angle I'm going to come from, or I'm necessarily looking at it at, but maybe you could. All of the big three consoles are seeing sales drop. Xbox Series X and S will pass its 4th anniversary this November. So crazy. 4 years of the Series consoles being out. And it's expected that Microsoft will launch refreshed models of its console range around the same time. Sony's rival PlayStation 5 is of similar age, and reports suggest a PlayStation 5 Pro is on the horizon. Nintendo, meanwhile, will unveil Switch 2 before next April. And Nintendo is also down by, I believe, another 41% or so in console hardware sales. But again, using that as a conflating point or as a point of comparison to Microsoft, it's not apples to apples, ladies and gentlemen. Like I saw some people doing that, saying, "Oh well, Nintendo's down too, so how bad can it be for Microsoft?" Nintendo's working with old ass hardware.
End of life.
At the end of their life.
Who's coming out? Everybody owns a Switch that's going to own a Switch.
Not everybody owns an these new consoles should be owning a new console.
Half of the last generation is still on PS4 or Xbox One.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think Nintendo doesn't have people still on the Wii U. Maybe they do somewhere, but that's not the problem they're facing. Yeah. So I can't. I saw people making that comparison, and I was just like, "Hey, that's not the best comparison to make."
It's not apples to.
You can't say, "Oh well, Nintendo's down too, so everybody's got a problem." Sure, everybody's got a problem, but there's completely different spectrums.
Nintendo is completely saturated. Yes.
Speaking to investors, Microsoft's boss Satya Nadella said that the company's strategy so far has been to build up content pipelines for players on Xbox consoles. I think that's a very important message to be said here. Building up content pipelines for players on Xbox consoles. Like, look, has their strategy focused from not only being consoles? Yes. Is consoles the thing that they're depending on anymore? No. Their strategy has moved on from that to potentially being able to release their ecosystem, their software, their services on multiple platforms, which falls in line with what they've always done, while still being able to create their own hardware. Next, it wanted to ensure that this content was being delivered wherever people play games, such as on PC, smartphone, and cloud, such as the recent addition to the Xbox to Amazon Fire TV. The real goal here is to take a broad set of content to more users in more places and build something that looks more like, to us, a software annuity and subscription business with enhanced transactions and the ownership of IP, which is quite valuable long term, Microsoft exec Amy Hood said. We're encouraged by the progress and how we're making progress with Game Pass. Again, could you still find ways to say that Game Pass is not profitable, that Xbox is going to move out of the industry by 2027? Because there's no way that Game Pass or this future that they see is sustainable. Sure. I must also ask, how many times are we going to have these same people that people said we should be worried about because they have more of an overall decision over how things are going? And again, I can agree and fall a little bit, not fall, but agree quite a bit with what Pong has mentioned before in the strategy changing somewhat. But the strategy hasn't changed so much to the point to where they're saying, hey, let's just not do Game Pass anymore. They continue to come out and say that, hey, this is profitable. Hey, we like where this is going. Hey, we're trying to bring this to more places. If this was not working, they would have instead said, hey, maybe we should just limit this down to the Xbox. Or maybe we should just limit this down to, I don't know, you can't limit it down to just Microsoft because Microsoft is on everything. The digital future tells us that the potential is putting things on everything. Sure, you can have things that give you reasons to possibly get a console, as people will always have a reason to get a console. There should also probably be a mandate in place that says, hey, maybe you should just move on from previous generation hardware or find a better way for backwards compatibility to entice more people to buy a newer device. There's also a lot of reality and real life things that are going on that not everybody's just going to buy a fucking new console. But anyway, on a rosier note, Nadella painted the results as a picture of overall growth and pointed to a strong pipeline of game launches over the next year, including Black Ops 6 in October. Nadella also noted the impact of Amazon's Fallout TV series on Bethesda's back catalog of Fallout RPGs, available to play on Xbox Game Pass. Hours played on Game Pass for the Fallout franchise increased nearly 5 times quarter over quarter, Nadella revealed, lining up with the boost noted by Fallout boss Todd Howard back in May. Pong, how do you feel about the continued decline of Xbox consoles? Is this a true sign of Xbox potentially leaving the market in 2027? You'll no longer get true support. Any games that you'll buy right now, you'll no longer have access to in 2027 when they start moving these things further, because although they're saying that this is successful, you have to keep in mind that they're lying. They're just saying that to appease their shareholders so that the shareholders feel like that they're making some money. Although I was also told that the shareholders would get more involved to make sure that they were going to make more money. So I'm kind of confused on what to believe as truth, or maybe it's a mixture of both, like if you've mentioned before. But I do think that this kind of fits in line to what we have been kind of speaking to. As much as you may have not like the way that it's going, you wanted them to be more stringent about their strategy, really give socket to Sony this time around. Whereas I believe in this, put it as many places as you can. I want more people to play with. That's my whole entire thing. I want more people to experience this ecosystem that I've been a part of for so long. Again, it's that window strategy. Yeah. How do you, what do you take these sales as? Does it make it increasingly negative for you that does this give you an entirely different scope and vision on what you believe the future of Xbox is?
No. Again, the console war is over. I'm not surprised. Again, when you take the focus off of a product, and that's not your main goal anymore. It's just one of the now many different gateways to your ecosystem, which is exactly what they wanted to do. This is their evolution, whether I like it or not, whether anybody in the chat likes it or not. This is their evolution. When you do that, when you put your focus on multiple gateways and do not stress that you need a console to play our game, why would everybody run out and invest in a console? Like, if they can access your games elsewhere, if your games are moving to more places, you're not going to sell consoles the way that you used to.
Yep.
The console, it's just not going to happen. And this generation, again, we still have potential. I'm not saying that that they've dried everything up, that they're saturated, because they're not, because half of last gen on both PlayStation and Xbox One are still on the old consoles. So there's still lots of people who you could move, but this generation, we've got most of the big games being cross-gen still. Very late into the generation.
Still. This is reminding me of PlayStation 2.
This is well, sort of,
bro.
But even on top,
PlayStation 2 was fucking Jesus Christ.
Well, right. It was just, it lasted forever and ever and ever. But the point being is, normal generations, by now, we would have had price cuts on the hardware.
Oh yeah.
We would have had massive price cuts on the hardware by now. That has not happened. In fact, we've had increases. In fact, we saw another increase over Japan from Xbox this week. So we've had increases. So we didn't get the price cut. By now, in most generations, even the big games would have been current gen only. That has not happened. That transition has not happened. So the people that, again, the masses, half of each of the consoles previous generation, have decided they have no reason to go buy a PlayStation 5 or an Xbox Series console. So there's plenty of opportunity still left to move people. Like, again, had Call of Duty gone current gen only, you would have saw many people move finally.
Oh yeah.
And we saw college football. Now, we haven't gotten those numbers yet. We'll see those in upcoming numbers from Circana. Shout out to Matt Pescatello, who continues to do great work over there. We'll probably see those numbers probably the next round, if college football did actually move series consoles, right? If college football being current gen only did have any kind of impact, we will see that in the next round of numbers. We should see that coming out as far as console sales go. And that's college football 25. Yes, a big title. A lot of people have been waiting on it, but it's not Call of Duty, right? It's not GTA 6. I think had those gone, or had Call of Duty specifically gone current gen, we would have seen some of we've seen a bigger percentage of those 50% that are still in last gen move. And then we would have seen what these numbers would have looked like. But right now, Xbox isn't promoting the fact that you have to have a console to go play their games. Yeah. They have plenty of the games are cross gen. So you're not going to see the console sale. You're just not. Again, This doesn't mean Xbox is not making hardware. I believe them. I'm still going to take them at face value that they are quadrupled down on next gen, that they are going to do something different because they are playing a different game, and that we could get a new conversation about what the home console looks like or means from Xbox next gen. Whether that's successful or not, we're going to find out. But I still believe all of that. So no, overall, this doesn't surprise me. It's not the death of Xbox. It's just the continuation of what we see changing in this industry. And whether everybody follows suit, whether everybody eventually goes this route, we all believe it eventually that the hardware, once it 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years from now, if hardware is no longer necessary, then all the companies will move and they'll all be digital publishers. I still believe that that's the future potentially down the road. And so I think that's where Xbox sees it too. And they're moving towards that, but they're still going to make hardware.
Yeah.
They're still going to do things that give, while it's viable, while it's still the best way to play, they're still going to invest in the hardware side of things. I don't think they're ready to go full third-party publisher, Sega, give up the console business, give up all hardware business and be done. I don't think so. We're going to get the handheld at least. I still think there could be a box to go along with the handheld, or at least a dock for the handheld that makes it more powerful. I think all of that's in the works because it is still a piece of their business. It is still an entry point to their ecosystem overall. And they're going to keep those gateways open for as long as possible. And they're going to make them for as long as possible wherever they are. They're just getting started on their mobile side of things too. I wouldn't be shocked at some point if Microsoft hops back into the phone game at some point with an all-in-one device. I would not be shocked at that. I don't think it's in the works, but eventually if they can get their mobile store to a viable point where it's competing with Apple and Google, I wouldn't be shocked if they hop back into the phone hardware manufacturing side of things. But I think right now, Steel, for the Xbox Series consoles, it is what it is. And it has been for a while now, and it doesn't change their direction. This is the direction they were moving in from the get-go. This is where they wanted to go, not being reliant on the hardware. And you can disagree with it. I certainly do, right? Again, you guys have heard me talk about that plenty of times. I disagree with the strategy. I think you can have your cake and eat it too. I think you could be going toe-to-toe with Sony and still doing all the other stuff that they're doing. But obviously, the people who run billion and trillion dollar companies don't agree with me. They're going in a different direction this time around, and it is what it is. So that's all I got to say. I'm just going to keep going around in circles because I honestly, console war is over. These numbers used to be important. These numbers we used to talk about at the beginning of the generation.
Yeah, I just don't think they are
because
like
we
that
thought
anymore.
they were going to be in we thought they were going to be in direct competition.
They're not.
And they're simply not. They are telling you in every way possible they are not in direct competition anymore like that. They are not doing that. And if you guys want to all say, well, that's because they failed, because they couldn't compete, go right ahead. I can't sit here and argue with you, right? Because they never even gave it a shot with all the acquisitions to go for it, in my opinion. So I'm not going to argue with you on that. But it doesn't change the situation. They're just playing a totally different game now. So, whatever.
Yeah, there's nothing really you can do about them playing that different game. And again, there's only so many times somebody can get beat up at a playground and start doing things differently. Again, and if who better than to do things differently, or maybe show us a possible different way than the corporation who has the money to do so, right? You don't just have the money to continue to play the same game and be happy with playing the game the way that your competitor has done it, especially when your competitor has openly admitted that they're looking at doing things differently. They have put, again, there's this whole thing with the whole slate being a meme, right? On through the gaming community. The whole slate has come to full fruition. Every single one of those games are on PC now. All the way up to God of War Ragnarok getting released at some point, possibly soon. It's crazy, bro. Like, things are obviously happening differently. PlayStation put full-on trophy support in Ghost of Tsushima. You have to access the game with your PSN. You know what's crazy, Paul? If I don't go back to Ghost of Tsushima within the next couple months, maybe I won't have my cloud saves. No, I got it on Steam. I'm good. I don't have to worry about this.
You got it on Steam.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about this. So
my whole PS4 history is gone.
Yeah, mine is too.
So
yeah, mine is too.
Yeah.
So, but you know, it is what it is. So, yeah, man, I'm just going to be continue to be of the mind that I'm not the person to talk to about console hardware. I'm just not. I grew up in a different generation. I don't see things that way. I believe in console hardware. I've always had some form of a console, right? I have a Series X right now that still gets used. I have a Series S in the living room that gets used all the time. I have a PC that gets used all the time. And again, I go on my tangents here about PCs. This isn't just a gaming thing. This is so much more than that. So it's like to limit it to, I have my de facto gaming device here. That's not my intention. And I always want them to innovate in the console space, which I'm hoping, my biggest hope out of all of this is that they continue to innovate, at least on the console side of things. Well, this allows them freedom to innovate more so that even more people can become part of start making the transition, right? Because maybe if they make the next device have the ability to access Steam and Epic and whatever else ecosystem that you can jump into, even if it was just only Steam as an example. And I don't know if this is going to end up being possible or not. But if it is, and you can, I'm talking about on hardware, not cloud, on the hardware, go sign into your Steam. I can go on my Xbox Series X or Xbox Series whatever, or Xbox whatever, sign into Steam and download the game natively and play it on that box. I'm telling you, that is going to change the next generation for them. Because I know PlayStation isn't going to do that. And I know, and I get that people think that King David's being funny, but that would be the death of a PlayStation 6. Because then what you are doing is exactly the same thing that we had done, and why these consoles really exist as much as they have up to this date. Consoles have become a main form of entertainment as soon as they made it a multimedia device. PlayStation 2 was the proof. As soon as it was labeled as a DVD player, one of your cheapest ways to get a good DVD player, the industry completely changed. And if Xbox can give you a reason to buy hardware that has a multifaceted approach or a multifaceted way to access things, because they are more Windows-like, because Xbox is Windows, then they cracked the code. That was the Trojan horse. And I think that is worth playing the game differently, although possibly a scary space if we don't continue to figure out what to do with our digital shit.
Yeah.
That's my only main concern. Again, like, Microsoft can still pull the wool over our eyes and say, hey, you know, we're now that we've moved this direction, now you can't play any games without doing ABC thing. That could happen. Do I see that happening? No. And they haven't given me a reason to believe that that's the strategy yet. Getting more ways than ever, moving further and further into an era of having more ways to play more games than ever before, experience more things than ever before, in an art form that we don't only just look at, we also experience with our hands. It touches our hearts. And we also get to get the behind the scenes from these devs through these conversations and what's happening with these publishers and what's happening in the totality of the industry and how it's kind of shaping and molding itself and potentially figuring out ways to deliver us more games down the road in a more efficient manner. I really think that that's the overall goal, man. So I'm not going to continue to look at this. I'm not going to I haven't looked at it as a negative thing, and I'm not going to be part of necessarily the conversation that says, man, this just proves that Xbox is shutting down. That they don't give a fuck about console people, even though they keep saying that they care about the console. I mean, again, just in this article, they did the same exact thing from Satya out of his mouth. So, like, we're supposed to listen to these people, but they're not listening to them. So,
well, no, and again, corporate speak is corporate speak.
sure.
And we know that not everything is on the up and up when they speak. Like there's, again, they can tell you one thing and then turn around and do the complete opposite and just say, we changed our minds, right? That happens like that. But at the end of the day, just where we see Xbox going again, there's no reason to believe that these numbers indicate that Xbox is going to abandon hardware. I think they're going to try new things, as we've talked about many, many times, and they're going to try to change the discussion again about what a console means in your living room and what a home console means.
Yes.
And that makes sense when you look at Microsoft Corp, the makers of Windows, as a software company, that they would try to go that hybrid route and open things up even more, because it's just another game.
What if this fulfills Gates' dream of putting Office in the living room?
500. Well, right. When the original idea to stop PlayStation from taking over the living room, right? What happens if they actually just pull that off, right, and become the entertainment center? Well, not the entertainment center, but I should say the box that can bring all of your gaming to one place, right, at the end of the day, and they ultimately fulfill that destiny, right? That would be pretty crazy at this point if they pulled that off. Like they just became that box. Would everybody still be down for that? No, I don't think it would be world domination.
Yeah,
I still think that you would have your people that would absolutely 1000% still buy their PlayStation, still buy their Switches, still do all that kind of stuff, obviously, especially with Nintendo, because Nintendo isn't going PC anytime soon. But I think that Xbox could potentially be that box. Now, again, whether or not it's cost effective, whether or not it is anything outside of it, the enthusiasts who buy it like us, I don't know, but could they? Sure, they could. They could pull it off, Steel. And I'm not against it. I'm all for it, man. Again, I love my PC. I'm loving my experiences get out of it, but there are times when I get home from work that I just don't even, the lazy factor, I just don't even turn on my PC. I turn on my Xbox and play First Descendant at 900p or below. Like there's just, there are moments, right? So if they can give me closer to that, just turn on and play my games in a box, all the better, man. I'm for it, man. It'd be crazy if they fulfill that. But the one thing they are fulfilling, and the one thing we should not fail to mention with these numbers, Steel, is the 500 million active users. And you guys,
facts.
A lot of people can talk about it. Well, that's because they purchased Activision Blizzard. Yeah. We were talking about this during the acquisition. We were talking about this with the court documents. We were talking about this because there was articles being written about their monthly active users was already higher than PlayStation's before the acquisition. And then they showed what the acquisition was going to add. And everybody already knew that when you added in Activision Blizzard King, they were going to be looking at about 500 million active monthly users in their ecosystem. And that's what Satya was out here touting. People laughed, Steel. People thought it was ridiculous way back in the day when Phil said we're going after 2 billion, 3 billion people.
Yeah.
Look at them now. Look at them now. And you can say, well, that's the wrong metric. That metric doesn't mean shit. They're going out. What? It doesn't. This is their goal now. And you can see it. That's why Satya was out here touting it. They're halfway there. Come hell or high water. They're going to get there. They're going to be touting at some point they're at 1 billion monthly active users in their ecosystem. Come hell or high water. They're going to make that happen. And that is ridiculous to have that statement that you have that many people within your ecosystem. Now, whether or not it all works out, whether or not that means success as far as money and shareholders positivity goes, we will have to wait and see. But they're on their way, and people thought that was outrageous. Okay. Well, halfway there to $1 billion at least.
We'll see what happens
Dumb
and how those numbers continue to play
how
out.
it translates.
Don't-
How it translates.
Don't,
Yeah.
Hey, don't get it twisted. They end up getting some things worked out, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Just wait until they buy Steam.
you're going a little far now. Now I was just gonna say wait until they get a $4.99 version of Game Pass where they get all the mobile players on. They get free energy.
Oh boy, that's gonna be a day.
That's gonna be interesting as well. Well,
Woo!
ladies and gentlemen, this has been 4 hours, and I've done better than I have last few weeks. When I'm coming off of work and still trying to stay up during the whole time, and so it's been hitting hard, and I like it. But we need to go ahead and wind the show down. I am going to not do this day in gaming this week, just because I definitely want to wind it on down. With that,
Get it. Let's get out of
I
here.
do want to tell everybody that I greatly appreciate everyone for tuning in, whether you're tuning in now, whether you're tuning in after. It's nothing but greatly appreciated. Again, it's never expected for all y'all to show up on a week-to-week basis, but it's always appreciated. I go back and I listen to these shows, especially since I'm back working overnights now. I can go back and listen. Hopefully our volume sound a little bit better this week as well. I was noticing that I was a little bit louder last week. I adjusted my mic again. I don't know how it sounds for Paul. Hopefully it sounds fine for you through Discord and everything. But I had to adjust it down some more because I was listening to the show and my voice was just louder than Pong's voice in a lot of moments. And I go up and down in my voice a lot, many different volumes, many different levels, just naturally, it's completely unforced. So trying to account for that as well, because I have everything set up in OBS, I believe, in a good level. But hopefully I'm sounding good for y'all, and we're both sounding good for y'all because it's the audio is extremely important to me, especially on the back end. When we upload everything to all audio platforms. Calorie says, did you guys talk about an internal build of Black Ops 6 for PlayStation 4 leaking all over Twitter over the last hour? There is gameplay of a guy running around, all maps, guns, attachments, etc.
What?
You know, if I would,
What?
I wouldn't
No
be
way.
surprised if Black Ops 6 is on PlayStation 4. If the first Descendant can run on Xbox One,
I still have not seen any footage of anybody playing First Descendant on last year.
I haven't either, but I haven't seen anybody complain about it either. Like that's
But I
not the
can't
thing.
imagine, bro.
I haven't seen
can't-
nobody
my
talk
Series
about it
X
being broken.
Is blurry.
Nothing.
I can't imagine what that is like. I can't.
I haven't seen nobody say nothing negative about it either.
Unreal Engine 5 and last.
Call of Duty,
Yeah.
I can see running on because I mean, again, there's
Well, yeah, no, they're going to be.
you can give Call of Duty potato graphics, as long as the connection's fine. I didn't think it was official that Black Ops 6 was going to be released on.
Okay, I'm seeing it.
Previous
Yeah,
gen.
some of the sites.
I think
some of
because
the
that's
sites
been the
have picked it up.
question. That's been a question that everybody's had. But just because they have a PlayStation 4 version doesn't mean that they're releasing one, right?
Yeah.
So I mean,
Yeah, no, all the leak footage is out there now. Yeah, I'm looking at this now. Calorie, thanks for the heads up. Yeah, no, I hadn't seen all this shit, but yeah, everybody's releasing guns, pictures. Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah, there's tons of video.
So Call of Duty, I mean, so one of two things is going to end up happening. Either we're going to go back to there being different versions of Call of Duty, because again, you are going to start running into a space to where if you're going to give more people 120 FPS on console, that is a difference. That is a difference to console players playing 60, especially on Xbox One and PlayStation 4. That is going to be a major difference. And that is a competitive difference.
The hands in this holding the gun?
Probably don't look good. Probably look like potato graphics. Probably look like potato graphics. I believe
This
it.
is like Medal of Honor back in the day, somewhat. But he's showing off all the movement. Yeah, I mean, the movement looks dope. That new, what are they calling it? I forget what the movement is called. What's their
Free
new-
movement.
What's their
Free Willy.
Yeah, whatever the hell. Yeah, whatever the hell it is. Yeah, it looks kind of dope. Yeah, it's all out there, everybody. There you go. Go get some early Black Ops gameplay.
I agree with you, Nix. He said, isn't it a beautiful thing that we all play the beta at the same time together? Yeah. Omnidirectional movement. Yeah.
Yeah, omnidirectional. That's what it was. Thanks, everybody.
I call it free willing. But yeah, no, it is a beautiful thing that we get to play the beta at the same time. I'm not going to play the Call of Duty beta.
Of course not. You're not a beta boy. You hate beta. For the most
part. For the most part. There's betas that I will play. Especially if there's closed betas, but certain games I just don't need betas for. Call of Duty is one of those. I didn't play the last 10 betas that came out for Call of Duty. I know what I'm getting. Either and I can tell what I'm getting from how people talk about it, and I can visually see it as well. Like I've been playing Call of Duty enough to tell whether they start doing some fuck shit like they did in Vanguard, or they start getting back to some form of normalcy like they have with Modern Warfare, right? That was them resetting the timeline. They can't go back. Black Ops is good in gunplay as well. If they fuck up Black Ops gunplay, then we're having a different conversation. So I doubt that they're going to do that. Calorie said it's big news for me because COD is my most played game. It was the one time a year I would definitely boot up my PlayStation 4 or 5. Was to play the early beta. Oh, I feel that. That's what's up. That's
for a lot of people.
Yeah,
man.
a lot of people that way. They want to see what it's feeling like. I
ain't no hot take. I'll be playing it. I'll be playing the beta for sure. I love playing Call of Duty betas just to see how it feels. So,
yeah, I'm usually convinced. I mean, again, I've typically always end up getting Call of Duty unless I'm given a reason not to.
Maps are leaked. Holy shit! Oh, you got everything out. Damn.
Lydia says, "Come on, Steer, you're like a COD beast." I wish I was. I do not play COD.
He is. Don't let him lie.
I do not play COD enough.
Shut up. You're Warzone.
Bro, I haven't played COD in like.
And it don't matter. You take months off and then show up in Warzone and post a first place clip. Bro, come on, man.
Just playing the game, man. I'm just playing the game, man. It's just with randos. Just trying to help it out. Whatever. See, it's just, maybe the games just need to be better and I get good randos, Get good randos. That's what it's about. But no. All right, ladies and gentlemen, greatly appreciate you guys for checking out Living Split Screen right here on a Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. And again, I want you guys to stay tuned in. For anybody that has not played a Gundam Breaker game, it is the best looter brawler on the market. Point blank, period. There is nothing better. I am going to be giving away 4 copies of Gundam Breaker 4 the Saturday after release, which I think ends up being the 31st or something like that. Nonetheless, if you're looking to win a copy of Gundam Breaker 4 for Steam, Nintendo, or PlayStation 5, be here on Living Split Screen, locked in, tuned in to be able to win a copy. You're only going to be able to win a copy if you are in chat. So keep that is something to keep in mind. Pass the word along, let people know, and you have to be following me and Palm on Twitter. I'll give some passes to some OGs that have been here for some time. Again, who we don't have on Twitter like that. Again, I know who y'all are. So if your name pops up, we'll figure out different ways in the background to get that information. But the main criteria is that you got to be following me and Palm. You got to be subbed to Living Split Screen right here on YouTube. And you got to hit that like button. But you got to be here live. 4 copies. One day, gonna be giving away. And I hope y'all are ready, man. I really do. Again, with that being, I do wish it was on Xbox too, Lydia. This is just one of those. It's just like, it's another one of those. I hope that it gets enough traction because people have had bad experience from New Gundam Breaker. Again, this is being made by Gundam Breaker 4 is being made by the main team. New Gundam Breaker was made by a different team. I do hope that this game gets enough traction this time around that they end up considering it. because this is the first time the game is releasing in the West. So that's something else to keep in mind. Gundam Breaker 3, you had to import from Singapore to get a English subtitled version. Not even an English dubbed version, an English subtitled version. So this is going to be the first time the game's releasing in the West, and it's releasing on Nintendo, PC, on Steam, and PlayStation 5. I believe it's on 4 as well, but PlayStation nonetheless. So if you guys are interested, let me know. If you don't have it, if you end up winning, you don't have it, you can also always pass it along as well. We'll spin that wheel again and get people involved and get some people winning that game, man. That's how much faith I have in the game personally. If you trust my word on it, maybe you'll end up winning a copy. You'll experience it for yourself and see how you feel. I know I'm gonna force Pong to experience it, so it'll be all right. One way or another, he's gonna pop it on and be like, "Damn, I really kind of like this shit, man. I'm not really a Gundam dude, but this fucking kind of cool, man."
Not Robotech.
That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm hoping for, ladies and gentlemen. But nonetheless, appreciate you guys being here once again. Again, this is the home of that RTS view, real-time strategy, where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together, and build the foundation not only for ourselves here on Living Split Screen, but also for the potential 3 billion gamers that are out there that Phil and now Sarah Bond continue to talk about. Not only that, we are the home of that ECP, Educated Consumer Perspective, because we do not work in the industry, man. We're just two guys bringing our professional experience to the table along with our gaming experience and knowledge, and having a conversation about what's happening in the industry, what we enjoy, what we don't, what we love, what we don't, and hopefully having some pretty damn engaging conversation that involves the chat as well. For anybody tuning in afterwards, make sure you hit that like button. Let us know in the comments below how you liked this episode, if everything sounded good. Did you like the topics? Did you like the flow? Do you want to get sexy? Because I'm all about getting naked. Nah, I get down. But nonetheless, you can find me, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain that's he is a 7 everywhere. Google's the easiest place to get that information. Other than that, hit me up on X, otherwise known as Twitter. Hit me up in the DMs. I'm definitely more than willing to respond. Same thing on the Xbox ecosystem, just because it works so well between the console and the PC itself. So hit me up on there as well. I'll add you. We'll go back and forth. Maybe we'll chop it up and get some gaming in. Again, I'm trying to figure out whether I'll end up beating Path of the Goddess or whether I'll be so caught up. I'll probably end up beating Path of the Goddess.
You will.
Well, hopefully I'll end up getting enough time to jump back into the First Descendant before Gundam Breaker releases. But I keep also forgetting that Black Myth Wukong comes out 4 days prior to Gundam Breaker. So I don't know how this is going to work, because that's another game I'm fucking excited about. And people are fucking downplaying all of a sudden. And people are saying now they got weird feelings that Black Myth Wukong is not going to be as good of a game. I'm just confused on what has shown anybody this information. But nonetheless, I don't want to go down a different tangent. Paul, let these beautiful people know where they can find you, and another great weekend. Spend it with you on a Saturday, chopping it up about everything going on, man.
Oh, man, this was a fun show. We got a little spicy in here, causing some feelings to get hurt out there. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. I really want to play a game so bad, everybody. I'm such a horrible gamer, man, that I want to play my games now. Anyways, no, sorry about that. I hit my mic too. I appreciate y'all. And again, Steel, appreciate you and everything that you do,
Absolutely,
man.
bro.
And I appreciate your little speech afterwards, paying attention to chat and everybody in chat. All of you, love you all, man. Yeah, nothing but respect here. You guys know what you get. And that makes me feel so good. The rare time, a handful of times that we've ever had disingenuous people in the chat show up or anything like that. Like it's been so few and far between. But the minute it happens, and to see the chat, who knows who Steel you are and who know who I am just instantly go, yay, this ain't that type of show. These type of guys, like, you don't know what you're looking for, but this ain't it. I love that. And I love you all, man, for that and coming out and joining us each and every week. Again, small, close-knit community that we've already built here. You guys are special, man. And love my Saturday mornings with you all. So thank you all for being here. And listening to our nonsense for another Saturday, another great episode of Living Split Screen for 4+ hours, man. Just nothing but love and respect. If you guys were lurking this entire time, or if you're listening to it in the future, same goes for all of you. It's no different. As Steele always says, never expected, but always appreciated, because you guys are giving us your most valuable possession, which is your time. And I just can't say enough about that. So listen, y'all. You know the drill. Pongsoul on Xbox, Pongsoul on X, formerly known as Twitter, Pongsoul on Steam and GOG and Epic and everywhere else. You know how to find me. I'll find you back. And tonight, don't know if there's going to be a shop podcast. We will see. Keep your eyes and ears open. PTK hasn't announced anything. Normally he announces it by now. We had, me and Fuzzy had a conversation with PTK in the background and just, again, real life and lots of stuff going on. So PTK, we are going to be back at some point. Just don't know when, right? So again, it might be tonight. It might not be. But again, that's cool. Everybody's got to take the breaks. Everybody's got to, all that kind of stuff. We all understand. But if the shop does go live tonight, you will know about it. We will have that tweeted out for sure. If it does, it's 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time. As always with Blam, Fuzzy, and myself, and usually a guest or two. So be there for that if we do wind up going. Otherwise, next week, you know the drill by now. Tuesdays, you got to check out Double Barrel Gaming. You got to check out Mr. Boomstick the Man for all good things greens on the Xbox Factor podcast every Tuesday, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. Join that crew. My week starts on PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM. We didn't have this one this week because Mr. Sniffles, Mav,
Sniffles,
he got a coldy woody, and he just he wasn't
coldy
woody, and he needed a little attention from Nurse Caitlin. So I've been giving him a hard time all week. He was sick this week, but we should be back next week. He's expecting to live through this. As he said last night on Xbox Ultimate. So if he makes it through the weekend, we should have a show on Thursday, PM to PM, Pong and Mav in the PM, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time, over on the Fun Speculation Network, and then back at it for Xbox Ultimate. If you guys were there last night, I took the lead chair because Mr. Sniffles couldn't handle it. So I did the hosting duties last night. We had a great show. 3-Bit showed up. Psycho showed up. Jasper showed up along with Fuzzy, Mav, and myself. So yeah, it was a big show. Lots of good conversation last night as well. So go check that out. But we'll be back next Friday for another episode of that, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, every Friday night. Xbox Ultimate, Fun Speculation Network. Be there for that. And then, God willing, back here with my brother next week for, what episode are we on now? Jeez, man.
Next week, it'll end up being 160. Yes, sir.
160. I love the even numbers. 160 next weekend of Living Split Screen. Listen, y'all, it's the golden age of gaming. Get out there, play games, have a great weekend, enjoy whatever you got going on. If you're working, I hope we got you through your day. Hope you get done with work fast. If you're going through some tough times, again, nothing but love to all of you. Nothing but good, positive energy to every single one of you. Have a great rest of your weekend. Play what you love what you play, and I'll talk to you all real soon. Steele, get us out of here.
Ladies and gentlemen, be on the lookout for that Mecha Break stream. I might end up doing that tomorrow morning. It'll be a Sunday morning, probably right around 9 a.m. Central or so, maybe a little bit later. I might try to see if I can get a round or two in real quick before I end up going to bed. But I'm just seeing so many people have a fucking good time. I see people saying, oh, this is the Gundam game I've wanted, and people just having fun just playing the game, man. I really want to try it to see what it's feeling like. But definitely look out for that, man. You can jump in with me, have some fun. Remember that if you watch on Twitch, Living Split Screen, twitch.tv/Living Split Screen, all one word. If you watch this for an hour, you'll be able to get a code yourself, and they are doing a console beta as well. I think the console beta is supposed to release on the 10th, something like that. I got to look into it a little bit more. Yes, this beta is supposed to be going on for a couple weeks, man. So it's going to be interesting to see how things play out. But if y'all are interested in that, be tuned in. And other than that, much love to you guys, and we'll catch you on the next one, episode 160. Much love, ladies and gentlemen, and peace out.
All love,
Peace.
Just one question.